chess club.
All right, fam. We're here. We're vibing.
I'm vibing!
Ready to rock and roll.
We're aiming for a controversial 7 out of 10.
That's what we're shooting for.
That's most definitely what's up.
But something's wrong with the game. But something's wrong with the game. Shout out to the chess club.
Are you vibing? I'm vibing. I'm vibing.
I'm vibing!
Damn right. How's everybody doing? Everybody feeling good? Everybody rocking and rolling? Having a joyous day? I know I am, and I hope you are too. Except I have not eaten. I should have eaten. Should have had something to nibble on. That was a mistake. That was a noob mistake. Oops. What are those glasses, Potter? These are Lemtosh glasses I got, and they like miss. I don't know. I had another pair of Lemtoshes that I loved, with my previous prescription, but like I ordered the same size, the same everything, but these are like markedly smaller on my face. I don't know. Throws me off. Sucks. But the other pair of glasses I have to like swap in and out because they, with headphones on, they dig into like right behind my ear. It makes like ingrown hairs there. It's like a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Yeah, I guess we should do kind of a recap of the Xbox stuff here or there. Okay. That way Jacob can cut this together into a stream clip real quick. Let's see. Okay. New segment. Exactly. I know, Jor. He's such a player. Can you believe it? It's the whole thing. Halfling Housewife, good to see you. Recently found your content, glad to catch you live. Like your input and opinion on topics you discuss. Thanks. Thank you for watching. My goodness, thank you. Just started Tekken 8. Oh, you have to let me know what you think of it. It seemed like it reviewed pretty well. How many workers are there in the industry? I mean, millions. it also depends on how you count workers. Like, do you count the marketing teams? Do you count the finance guys that work for the company that also make the games? Like, it kind of, you have to ask where you start counting and where you stop, you know? We're getting the sick beats. Oh, I've shared the playlist before here. I think this will just share it for everybody. Nope, that did not do it. Why did that not work? This gonna work? I think this will work. Right? Let me see. Yeah, that's the little playlist. YouTube just generated it one day because I used to have to manually pick which tracks I wanted, and then they started just like building the mix automatically, and this mix has been very good, so I just use it like every stream because it's just solid. I just like it. And this, okay, I'm about to show you. This is a very, very rare occasion. Very rare occasion where Luke Stevens, I get to correct Joe Raptor on something. It's true. Today's the day. We said on stream, I mentioned like, when's early access at the end of the stream for the podcast? And he was like, oh no, we're all playing it at the same time. Not necessarily true. There is apparently, for the deluxe edition, a 72-hour early access period. Allegedly. So just be aware of that if you are somebody that cares. Let me see if I can find the exact pre-order, maybe. Yeah, here. 72-hour early access to the launch. See that? I can't believe the day's come. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. I get to fact check Joe Raptor. He was like, no, we all play at the same time. No early access. Wrong. There is early access. Now, should you buy it? Probably not, but it's there. It's there. I had 3 extra days at work this month. That means 3 days closer to getting sweet 40 series card in February. Ooh, baby. Ooh. Oh, geez, sorry. Press the wrong button. I pressed the cursing button so I can say things like, and you can't even tell what I said. Isn't that great? It's fantastic. No review codes. We still have not seen any that I'm aware of. Which I predicted we probably weren't going to see any reviews, but maybe, I mean, I guess we could search it. Does anybody have? Oh no, he's trying to get a review code.
Trying to get a review copy. Watch your video on the Kill the Justice League game. Will you cover it on release date? Yes, I will. I'm trying to get a review copy so that I could play it and give you guys a review. If that game ends up not delivering, because I am one of the people that keeps saying, I'm like, I think it's actually going to be fun, I'll be one of the first people to admit that it's no good, because I'm in its corner right now. That doesn't mean I'll stay there.
I admire you keeping a little bit of flexibility. I appreciate that. It was weird. He sent me a DM on Twitter, like the day I posted out that Orion was in the hospital. And like, I'm sitting in the hospital with my son hooked up to oxygen tanks and like all sorts of craziness. And after I've been like, hey guys, I won't be around because I'm in the hospital with my son, just so nobody thinks I died or anything. He takes the opportunity to send me like a big DM complaining about when we looked at one of his videos that was like particularly fanboying over something. I think PlayStation, Xbox related. And it didn't even get turned into a stream clip. Like, we talked about it on stream, and I was like, this isn't interesting, and we just moved on. But apparently that hurt his feelings, and I was like, bro, bad timing. Like, what are you doing? Stop it. Maybe he wasn't aware, maybe he missed it, but he took like the opportunity. It was just strange, because like the other stuff with like H-Bomber was coming up at the same time, and like there was all of this stuff happening all at once, and he's like, oh, he's down. Dry up. Like, chill the hell out, bro. Chill out. So I didn't reply. Forgot the tea bag. Jesus. I don't want to give you guys that in a clip that you can turn into a GIF. That's the last thing I need. Can you imagine? Oh man, there was that little like trend on Twitter where people are like, type your name into the GIF thing and then post the first GIF that comes up when your name is put in. And I put it in expecting it to be like Luke Star Wars. Wow. That was such a boomer. Luke Skywalker from Star Wars. I was expecting to be something like that, but no, it was me. Somebody has clipped sections of our video somehow, like from streams and stuff, and uploaded them to like the Apple whatever GIF keyboard thing, which I had no idea was a thing, but apparently I'm on that GIF keyboard. And there were a couple that were actually pretty funny. There was the number one search result was this, which was just, I don't know what we were talking about. I think we were maybe talking about like AI in Starfield or something and how stupid it was. Oh no, there's somebody attacking, run. They stand up, wait a second, and then start running. It was like somebody went and got all of that. That was great. They clipped it all. It was fantastic. It's always wild to see the old studio. Isn't it funny how small it looks too? Because like the space was, you know, when we moved here, people were like, oh, Luke, did you even move? It just looks like you rearranged stuff. No, this place was way smaller. Like straight up in this space, in that room, I could probably stand to like here before hitting like the bookshelf thing behind me. And then like the wall was maybe here. But now, you know, we have all of this extra room, and then like closets for storage and places for the cats to sleep when they come in here. We're spoiled now. Because of you guys. Thank you. You got more room for your AC Nexus activities. Straight up, dude. One of the perks of this is that I have room for VR games finally. I couldn't used to do VR in that space because like there just wasn't room for it. It was a great space for the time. It was like a little bitty getaway room tucked away in the basement. That house was a good bit smaller. Not a good, I mean, it was way smaller. It would be like if you took 1.5 floors basically of this house and got rid of it, was the like size of that place. And it was a great house for the time, but kind of ran out of space pretty quick. Oh yeah, I saw that YouTube short, the Disney floor thing. Yeah, it's a total Chad cave. I don't have the sword up. I think I'm gonna put the sword like right there, because I had that up for a while. I just got to put it back up. Oh, and this was another one. Me in my shorts with the thighs hanging out. Yeah, who knew that there were Luke Stevens gifts, but apparently there are. So why? I would love to know where these videos are from. Dude, and it also, like, now if I have stuff out, like if I'm working on something or if I have boxes around, I can like tuck them off out of camera and you can't see them, so you can't tell I'm a hoarder. But like there was a period where like I had a couple of things I was in the middle of unboxing or I just hadn't put away yet. And so there were just like piles of boxes behind me and you'd bump them all the time. It was just very cramped. I didn't realize how cramped it was till we got in this space. And then it's like, wow, it's nice having extra room. And the other thing is that in the bigger space, it doesn't heat up as bad. This space was so small that straight up, if we started streaming, the room would get to be like 85 degrees within like 45 minutes. Just even in the summer with the AC blasting or in the winter with the window open, it just got so freaking hot because the room was so small. Here, the room is bigger, so we can kind of like absorb the heat a lot easier, which is nice. It's very, very nice. Don't have to constantly run it.
Forge Horizons is now a member.
Ooh.
Just hit 1 year as of today.
That's crazy.
Happy to be here. Palworld has been too much fun. 60 hours in a week while working full-time. Can't be good for me, lol.
Jesus, dude, that's awesome. Yeah, 12 months already. That's insanity. A full year. So our anniversary is January 26th, yeah, of 2023. That was the first day. Isn't that crazy? Time flies when you're having fun. It's good to see you, Forza Horizon. I'm glad you're still here. And 60 hours in a week while working full time. So, I mean, what do you have to do to hit? If that's within a week, you're spending like 8 to 10 hours a day while working full time playing Palworld. We're running like, maybe you're doing like 6 to 8 hours through the work week and then pulling like 12 to 14 hours on the weekend. What? That's crazy, dude. Days off have been bangers. Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's outrageous. Man. Well, good for you. And I agree. I'm having a lot of fun with it too. We'll probably play some on stream here a little bit later. But yeah, man, it's just fun. It does make me wonder, like, cause Palworld, the devs made Craftopia, and like some of the same people that were like trying to throw fits about Palworld, they were like, see, you shouldn't support it because they walked away from this game, which was just a straight up lie. Like, it was not true. But this is a game that they made previously, released in 2020, and you can see the early, like, what would become Palworld, that they kind of took what they learned here and just reworked it. Lots of very similar systems. It has the glider, it has the big open world, very wide and open. And overall, it was mostly positive. You know, it was well received. A lot of automation. Dude, that's awesome. A lot of automated systems and stuff. It's also established as early access. And as for whether it ever is like completed is a big question mark. Yeah, this is just a Lionel from, but not four-legged. It's got 2 legs, but it's basically a Lionel. It's just very clearly Breath of the Wild mixed with some of the crafting stuff and base building. But it seemed to work. People had a really good time with it. And then they took this and turned it into Palworld. And it's interesting how just the addition of like the Pokemon inspiration made Palworld extremely successful, while this game had a lot of the similar stuff that would eventually come to Tears of the Kingdom, actually, with the crafting and stuff. And yet it didn't click with people as much, which it's just interesting. But it really makes me wonder. Apparently the Seamless World update kind of broke some stuff and caused it to get buggy. But it makes me wonder how many games are out there that are just as fun as Palworld, but just haven't gotten the recognition they deserve, you know? Like, is Sunken Land? Is this actually like a 10 out of 10 super fun blast of a game, but you just don't know until you try it? Who knows? Or Satisfactory is awesome. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Void Train, whatever this is. You know, there's a lot of games that have communities that people, you know, have positive receptions to them, but it makes you wonder, like, is this awesome and super fun, but you just have never heard of it or tried it before? Palworld, you know, everybody started playing it, so word of mouth kind of carried the day. In the case of these kind of smaller games, the word of mouth isn't that crazy, you know? It's interesting. I don't know why I have a cough. Man, it's killing me. It's like a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Let's see. I got about 45 hours in The Last of Us Part 2, working about 45 hours last week. Oh, man. How often do you clean your PC? When you say clean, do you mean like fully going in and like swapping out thermal paste and stuff, or do you just mean like dusting? Dusting I do like probably once a month, but as for like swapping thermal paste, that's like a once every 1.5 to 2 years when I finally get around to it. Maybe I should do it more often. I need to replace the all-in-one water cooler on this, because one of the, like, it sounds like one of the ball bearings or something in one of the fans snapped, and so it kind of rattles a little bit. It's really annoying, honestly, because everything else is very silent. You just hear the low of the air blowing, except on this computer where you just hear like every once in a while. It's the whole thing. It's mildly annoying. Manageable with headphones on, otherwise it kind of drives you crazy. Temtem and cassette piece for good Pokemon clones. Yeah, Temtem I remember being like really big, but it was super broken. I think that's kind of the magic of Palworld, is they managed to release a game that got the hype, people got really excited about, and it wasn't totally busted at launch. And it's not even like really launched, it's early access, but it's playable. Like even in early access, I've been able to play with friends and it works very well. And it makes you wonder how many of those other games like Temtem, if they weren't like kind of a mess at launch in terms of performance, could they have blown up as well, you know? Where was I? Let's see. Hey, Luke, thank you for all you do, man. I really appreciate your honesty, though it can get you in hot water with studios, etc. I hope you know how much I appreciate, bro. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for watching. And yeah, I mean, it's like the Suicide Squad thing where like Reforge is trying to get a review code. Everybody's trying to get a review code right now. For one, it's not even clear if there are going to be review codes, so who knows. But it's also like, if me making videos, just calling it like I see it and being like, hey, I don't think that this really makes sense. It's going to be highly repetitive. And I'm not sure this is a boat you want to jump in for a $70 fee when you could probably wait like 6 months and get it on sale for like $15. Let's just be honest. It's going to be like that. They might even flip it to free to play after like a year. You never know. They might honestly do that. Or if they don't, just shut it down completely. So, yeah. Infinite Wealth is out. Is out now. Might pick that up. Yeah, we have a video coming on Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. That game is a freaking blast. If you are on the fence, do it. It's just outrageous and it's very good. It's very good. The video is coming. It's just an I tried kind of video, but I highly recommend that you go get that. It is as good as the reviews say. It is very, very good. Do you like the idea of The Last of Us Part 3 or is it unnecessary? I think it's needed to meld the franchise they divided with The Last of Us 2. No, I mean, at this point, I think The Last of Us Part 2 was unnecessary. I think one way you could perhaps win back some of the community, win back is a strong word, but one of the ways you could potentially, oh, Nikki's gonna buy these car seats we were looking at. She found them in a store. Anyway, I guess we can do this as a segment, Jacob. New segment. New segment. Is there somebody other than Dick Serto doing it? Screen Rant, maybe? Okay. Well, let's talk about this. The Last of Us Part 3, the potential for that. There's been rumors about this for a while, you know, people talking about the potential for it, because it just kind of makes sense. I mean, PlayStation has basically printed money with The Last of Us at this point. So, it only makes sense. Like, it just makes sense to do it. Sorry. She sent me pictures of the car seats that she found in the store, and I'm like, oh, okay, then let's get the car seats. Let's get them. And she's like, no, they're on sale online. I'm like, okay, then let's get them online. Then why did you send me the pictures of the car seats in the store? I'm confused. Do you want those or do you want to order that? I'm just confused. Anyway, so the rumors surrounding The Last of Us Part 3 have been omnipresent since basically since The Last of Us Part 1. Pretty much since the first game came out, people are like, okay, well, what's the fourth game gonna look like? What's the seventh game gonna look like? And it's been kind of framed by some statements that like Neil Druckmann has made previously, and some of the other writers like Haley, I forget her last name, but she's discussed it. And they've said things like, The Last of Us is the story of Joel and Ellie. So there isn't really a version of The Last of Us that would disinclude them. They would always be present in the conversation. And I think that makes sense. I agree. Like, I'm not particularly interested in a version of The Last of Us where they just go with a totally separate character. Some people were like, I want to see the world of The Last of Us from the perspective of somebody in the UK, which I agree could be interesting, you know, to see what it would be like to run through London as a survivor in this universe. But how is that? I think it would just turn into another kind of generic zombie movie or game. Like, I don't think it would really work, because what separates The Last of Us is the story and the relationship between Joel and Ellie. It's not necessarily that they're zombies. Yes, these zombies and infected are different than those you might see in other zombie universes and lore, but I'm not sure if it would work the same way. So the discussions of The Last of Us Part 3 have been around for a while. People are wondering how they could do this. And there are some potential things. There's been some leaks and speculation, of course. No shocker there. This is a collection of information from Game Rant that they published in July of last year. Since then, there's been some other rumors and things, but nothing concrete really, other than Naughty Dog saying, yeah, we're working on a couple of single-player games. And Neil Druckmann's working on something. There's rumors they're working on a totally new IP. As for whether that happens or not, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. That rhymed. Totally intentional. But yeah, it's just up in the air right now. People are kind of curious where this lands. As for exactly what we're looking at, they say from the moment that The Last of Us Part 2 hit store shelves, video game journalists have been asking Naughty Dog's Neil Druckmann whether there will be a Last of Us Part 3 or not. And for years now, Druckmann has played his cards very close to his chest. With the recent success of HBO's The Last of Us, questions about a hypothetical Last of Us Part 3 have naturally resurfaced. And according to Druckmann's latest statements, while Naughty Dog is quote-unquote open to developing a sequel, it isn't currently in active development. But according to some recent leaks, that might not be entirely true. Saber, thank you. Appreciate you, my friend.
1234 donated $5. Hey bro, Asgard's Wrath 2 is awesome. Thanks for recommending it.
I know, right? Well, thank you for the super chat. And Asgard's Wrath 2, if you have not played that and you have an Oculus Quest 2 or 3, do it. It's ridiculous. It's like a 90-hour RPG that you can just play in VR, and like the combat is actually like with swords and axes, and you're actually blocking and doing, and it's a whole RPG system is drawn out. It's crazy good. It's very, very good. Highly recommend. Thank you for the I believe that was a tip. In case you guys don't know, the tips that you can find through the link tree in the description, those also alert on stream. And then YouTube doesn't take 30% of it, so a bigger cut goes to me and the team, and the alerts still work, which is kind of cool. So information. Make of it what you will. As they go on, they continue to kind of break these down. Over the weekend, a new set of The Last of Us Part 3 leaks appeared online. Shocker. Posted on the leaker's Patreon, Daniel RPK made several big claims that The Last of Us Part 3's alleged story and cast of characters, about the alleged cast of characters and story. According to Daniel, The Last of Us Part 3 will focus on a completely new group of survivor for at least part of its new story. The group of 5 scavengers will reportedly be based in an old Victorian house on the outskirts of a devastated city. Daniel also went into some detail about these supposed new characters. The first new character is Lucas, a friendly, kind-mannered survivor that will apparently end up turning a little darker throughout the game after he develops a relationship with the younger scavenger in the group. Val will apparently be the leader of the house, though Ezra seeks to take control for himself. Mason is a former soldier, though the leak doesn't specify which military faction he belonged to, such as Fedra or the WLF. Mason is torn between his loyalty to Ezra and what he believes to be the best for the house as a whole. And the final character mentioned in the leak is Gracie, with only her age of 18 to 25 being noted. This is interesting. While they say like through part of the story, you know, a new group of survivors through at least part of the story. With Neil Druckmann's interest in changing perspectives in these stories, I would bet good money that this is going to be one of those games where like you play through half of it and then all of a sudden like the house is being invaded by somebody, and then the big reveal is that, oh, it's actually Joel and Tommy. And they're clearing the house out because they're working with a raider group. And it turns out this is a prequel and you didn't even realize it. Or it just shows up and it's Joel and Ellie and you didn't even realize it. But then like they break your brain and it's like, oh, it's actually that you thought they were the bad guys, but they're actually the good guys because you liked them in the other game when you played from their perspective. But in this game, they're the bad guys since you've gotten to know this other cast of characters better. And honestly, I think that will work if that's what they do. Way, way better than what they did in The Last of Us Part 2. The Last of Us Part 2 made a little bitty mistake in thinking that the vast majority of people would be open to seeing the story from another perspective after watching that person with the new perspective bludgeon a beloved father figure to death. That, I think, was a little bit of a miscalculation. They thought that people would just go along with it. That's why I've said, like, thematically, The Last of Us Part 2 is a really fascinating and cool game. In terms of execution, a little bit sloppy, pacing's all over the place, and no matter how successful they were in kind of pacing things out, there was always going to be a subset of people that just frankly didn't care how likable Abby could be because they had to watch her murder Joel. So I think this could be an interesting way of flipping it on its head. I think it would be coolest if there was something where they really spend time and they just straight up don't mention Joel, don't mention Ellie at all. I don't know how they sell this without doing that, but maybe that's the thing. Maybe they just straight up say, nope, they're not in this game. It's a standalone kind of spin-off title. And halfway through the game, it's revealed that they actually are in the game. Because Naughty Dog has lied many times when promoting their games. Famously, in the promotion of the original Last of Us Part 1, they said that the only playable character was Joel. That ended up not being true. You could play as Ellie during the game. But it was an important thing because that reveal of playing as Ellie was a really cool moment. And then notably in The Last of Us Part 2, they had that trailer where they revealed Joel, where he puts his hand over Ellie's mouth. She turns around and says, "What the hell are you doing here? You really think I'll let you do this on your own?" Or whatever he said. And then you see Joel. Turns out that wasn't Joel. That was actually Jesse in the actual game. They just swapped the models and kind of lied to you and deceived you into thinking that Joel was in the later portions of the game. So I don't think they would be opposed to telling people and the public and journalists, no, Joel and Ellie are not in the game. Tommy's not in the game. Abby's not in the game at all. Don't worry about it. And then they just like halfway through drop this bombshell on you that the bad guys you've been worried about the whole game are actually your beloved characters. could be really, really interesting. Could be really interesting to see how they explore that. As they go on to say Daniel also went into some detail. I already read that part. While that was the end of Daniel's leak, fellow leaker viewer Anon took to Twitter to claim that this was true. They also claimed that Ellie will be returning for part 3, stating that she will be, quote unquote, as important, end quote, as she was in The Last of Us Part 2, whatever that means. Later on in the same thread, viewer Anon also mentioned that major filming for the game is happening this year, referring to the title's alleged motion capture process. Though the motion capture process can vary wildly between different studios and projects, it's often the case that the motion capture stage is completed fairly on in the development for something as narrative driven as The Last of Us. So if these rumors are true, The Last of Us Part 3 could still be, I think they meant fairly early on, not fairly on. But anyway, yeah, it normally happens relatively early. If you remember like the trailers that they dropped for The Last of Us Part 2, let's just see when those were. So like The Last of Us Part 2, the original Abby trailer was from Paris Games Week 2017. So this was October 30th, 2017. You guys remember this trailer and how good it looked? It still looks fantastic. But do you guys remember this? I remember when people were wondering if this was actually Abby's mom, or Ellie's mom rather. Man, that sounds pretty stupid now, doesn't it? Was it? Nope. It was very different than that. Tell you what. Sure wasn't. But I remember when this trailer dropped, everybody had lost their minds. And what's interesting is that this sequence in the game is actually pretty far in. So it's not like they filmed and did the motion capture and polishing on the first sequence or the first hour of the game. This is pretty deep in. Can we just appreciate the chutzpah to do this for your trailer, trying to promote your game? How do we get people excited and wanting to give us money? Let's show a bunch of people getting brutally murdered and then in the course of trying to murder somebody else. Like, it's a ballsy move.
They are nested with sin.
Nested with sin. This is one of the reasons people thought that this was Ellie's mom.
That they may know my...
Because people saw her cutting in to her stomach. People were like, oh, so she's pregnant.
Yara.
It's still just outrageous how good this game looks. Like, seriously. It's outrageous. It's just ridiculous how good it looks. Bear in mind, this was on the PlayStation 4, a device from 2013. Just let that sink in, okay? Really process that, okay? Really process that. So when these trailers were dropping, this was 3 years before the game would actually release. And they not only had already done the motion capture, they had like polished the ever-living hell out of it and gotten this trailer done. The trailer looked awesome. Graphically, it looked really, really good. Like they really had gotten this thing settled. I think the ending version of this scene looked a little better, but not by much. Like they had done a lot of work on this thing. So if they are like doing motion capture for The Last of Us Part 3, or they were doing that last year, like last summer, last fall, it definitely would suggest that it's probably like 2025, 2026 at the soonest that we would actually get it. But maybe we start to see it promoted sooner than that. Who knows? They went on with it, though, describing more of it. let's see. Of course, every leak should always be taken with a hefty pinch of salt. Though both Daniel and ViewerAnon have correctly leaked and predicted past projects, it doesn't mean that these leaks are true. Even in ViewerAnon's original tweet, they mentioned that The Last of Us Part 3 is still very early on in pre-production, and that these story details could be easily changed during development. Let's see, do they have the original tweets? Not really. It doesn't look like. Yeah, it accurately leaked news in the past, doubled down on their claim that Neil Druckmann's next game is indeed The Last of Us Part 3, and has now gone as far as to say that major filming for the game will take place this year. They've also said that The Last of Us Part 2's protagonist, Ellie, is also at least as important in the third game. It again makes me wonder if they're going to do the whole thing where it's just going to be a matter of changing perspectives again, and it's all going to be about these survivors and then flipping it where Ellie's the bad guy. Or maybe they just straight up go and try to make Ellie the hero again, and where the whole point is she's kind of giving her life to save humanity. Maybe that's how they tie it up. Like they say here, this post, now that The Last of Us Part 3 is pretty much confirmed, what do you think could redeem the franchise? What do you think The Last of Us 3 should cover? And Ahsoka Solo, I see a lot of Ellie should die for the cure takes, and honestly that's absolutely the worst outcome in my opinion. I want the opposite, confirmation that Joel was right to save a child from a vague idea of maybe a cure that they never could have manufactured and dispersed anyway. Medical experimentation on children is bad. Saving your loved ones from murder is good. The first thing, I agree, in the first game, this is the impression that they leave you with. The Fireflies are bumbling idiots who can't seem to do much of anything right, and they absolutely should not be trusted with medical experimentation on a child. Totes agree, my dudes. However, in part 2, when we actually get to see the discussions between Abby's dad and the other doctors and the discussions with Marlene and everything, they make it very clear that this will work. That they're pretty confident this will work. So they kind of retconned it a little bit. And in the show, they also retcon it even more aggressively to basically having it be a pretty locked and loaded cure, that this was going to work. So I think that they're going to kind of retcon the story, and canonically it will be more assured, because I agree the voice tapes make it very, very clear that they're not sure this is going to work. But in the second game and in the show, they heavily suggest that this is going to work. And it's just, oh no, we were going to cure humanity and Joel screwed it up. Because I think that just makes it easier to paint the Joel was the bad guy, but for good reasons, probably. And that kind of, that parallel between Abby's behavior and then Ellie's behavior later, you know, that's the whole premise of the second game. So they had to make it a little bit more black and white. So I agree, if we're just looking at the first game, this makes sense, but I think that they have intentionally tried to kind of rewrite the lore so that they can go a different direction with it. If they don't walk away from Abby, let's see if Abby would sit back and let Lev be murdered the way for her monster father said, and let Lev be murdered the way her monster father said he would murder her. Meanwhile, Ellie ends up finding a doctor that takes blood draws from her for medical research. She otherwise lives her life, finally believing that she didn't deserve to die as a child and the zombie apocalypse isn't on her shoulders. I think it's a really unsatisfying ending. Perhaps it's the one that Ellie stans want the most. And maybe they do this like reversal where it's about Abby and Lev and putting Abby in that position. But I feel like they already completed Abby's character arc over the course of the game. So Abby kind of, the whole premise of that ending sequence in the epilogue where like straight up Abby is enslaved and starved and nearly killed, not just by the slavers, but also by Ellie. I feel like they wrote all of that so that Abby has received her punishment for killing Joel and then some. Like, if being enslaved is not adequate punishment for something you absolutely regret, which Abby makes very clear, she is haunted by this, and you know, nobody's sleeping well, everybody's haunted by what they did in Jackson. I don't know what would do it beyond that. Like I think they wrote it such that Abby's story has kind of come to an end. I'd be surprised if she's in the second game, or the third game rather. A second game for her. They go on. The main character is a young person whose parents were murdered by Abby in part 2. You go on a wild goose chase to hunt Abby down. I think that they wouldn't just try again that bluntly. I think that they'll try to learn from the mistakes and maybe do it a little bit more covertly, like I said, where like they have the whole first half of the game is just a totally different group you get to know and like and appreciate and you connect with, and then they bring in the reveal that it's all about perspectives again. Maybe that's the premise of it. I'm not sure, but I think that would work a lot better than what they ended up doing. Do you think it should be a new character taking care of an elderly person, to then find out it's Ellie who lived her life and now she's going to die of old age? They can use her body for a cure. Oh, that could be interesting. That could be interesting. I'd also be interested in what
is now a member.
Like what that looks like long term. Like what does the universe of The Last of Us look like, say 30, 40 years later? Is it a lot different? Is it the same? Is it just more chaotic? I'm not sure. That could be really interesting. Russell, also, let's see. Thank you for the super chat. There's this gorgeous pixel art game called The Last Night, but it completely disappeared after 2 trailers. Has it been abandoned? Any clue on it, Luke? I've not heard of it. The Last Night. They just like completely buried it and took it off. Yeah, I just Googled it. I'm not seeing anything on it either. I've not heard of it. Maybe if I saw it, I would recognize it, but I've not heard of it off the top of my head. So I'd have to dig into it, but that's interesting. If they did just like advertise it and then bury it, that would be crazy. Fumble also, thank you for becoming a member. Looks like you re-upped it because you got a blue badge. It doesn't tell me for how long though, but thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. Thank you. Billy, can we not do the everyone is a bad person in someone else's eyes thing again? Yeah, I feel like they kind of, like everybody knows that that's what they were doing in The Last of Us Part 2. They just didn't like how they did it. And I feel like if they tried to do it again, maybe it works better. Maybe it's more impactful and it actually works, but I don't know. I don't know if it actually works. I don't know. Or if they try to just do something totally different. Maybe they were like, okay, our big meta storytelling thing, it was a fun experiment, but people kind of hated us for it. So let's move on and try to just tie up loose ends and end the story of Ellie. Maybe that's what they're going to do. This person, CH215, Abby is infected by Ellie's blood, which cultures cordyceps, and she got some of when she bit her fingers off. She jumps out of the boat to save Lev and drowns. Credits roll. If that had been in the first one, it would have been better. So, like, they just open the game with them in the boat driving to Catalina Island, and she realizes she's turning and just jumps out of the boat and drowns, and that's the whole game. It's like, it's 3 minutes long. That's the whole thing. That could be funny. that could work. That could work. I do think that there is the potential for them to do something with like Ellie having infected Abby because she's bit. I don't think they ever clarified with David if that actually worked. Because you remember in the first game she bites David and then tells him you're infected because she's been infected. So it's not clear if it's also transmutable. And I think there was, correct me if I'm wrong, I think there were audio tapes saying that Ellie still had like the fungus spreading in her brain, but it was altered and like heavily slowed. There was a video I made back in the day. There was a theory that the video was on. It was called like the tumor theory of The Last of Us Part 2. And it was basically that the fungus was growing in Ellie's brain. It was just growing extremely slowly. And there's been stories throughout history of people that have tumors in their brain that alter their personality. And sometimes it can make you very aggressive. So before we got The Last of Us Part 2, some people were like, maybe part of the explanation for why Ellie is going on seemingly a murderous rampage is because the fungus has grown sufficiently enough that it's altering her brain chemistry and how she thinks and acts, and is turning her into a crazy person that just is hyper violent. And I thought that that was kind of an interesting thing, but yeah, I don't know. She can't infect others. She stated she can't infect people, talking to Dina in Seattle day one. Okay. If that's true, Ellie can't kiss Dina. That's a good point. Or at least can't get too kinky. They can't bite each other or anything. They're very limited. So I guess that's a good point. They do kiss. So yeah, you're totally right. I guess they do establish that she can't infect others. See, this is why it's nice to have a chat, because when I would have just like left a door open, like maybe she can, they just can like shut it down. Maybe it's different if she's specifically biting someone, but that seems arbitrary to be like, no, you can swap spit, but you can't bite. Okay. Like, I don't know how that works. So yeah, that's a good point. So I guess they couldn't do that with Abby, but it's an interesting idea that they bite off the finger and then, you know, Abby has the infection, and maybe they could do something weird where like now she spread her immunity to Abby. Maybe there's some BS like that. I don't know. I know everybody who's like, that's not how genetics work, Luke. That's not how immunities to diseases work. I know, but you know what also doesn't work that way? Funguses turning humans into zombies. Okay, we're talking about fiction. If they want to just make something up, they could do it. Okay, let's just be clear. Let's be completely clear. Okay, so Fat Geralt comes back from the dead to take his revenge on Ellie, but then they become friends and hunt down Abby and live together instead. Who's Fat Geralt? Am I just like out? Am I missing the joke? Who's Fat Geralt? Am I just totally spacing this? Oh, they call this guy Fat Geralt? Really? That's what they call him? I didn't realize they called him Fat Geralt. I had never heard that. I had never heard that. That's funny. I had no idea people called him Fat Geralt. That's so funny. That's okay. That's funny. Checks out. The more you know. What I just love is that like they refer to him so casually, like, yeah, it's Fat Geralt. And then all the other users are like, yep. I just had no idea. I guess I've been out of the loop. Don't care at this point. It would take a miracle to get the fan base back together on the side, and no way they could pull that off now. I very much doubt it. The other thing is, like, there's a very vocal group of people that didn't like The Last of Us Part 2 and that hate on it. In my experience, making videos and doing surveys and polls on the game, when people are able to answer freely and are not worried about public shaming, the response is far more positive. It seems like people are kind of scared to defend the game publicly because online you're going to get crapped on by a lot of people. I mean, I've seen it. Even when I do videos, like I did that video recently in defense of The Last of Us Part 2, discussing all this stuff. Even that video, which is very controversial because I dare to say that there's good and bad with the game, I think it's still at like 92, 93% like to dislike, which is very good for discussing a controversial topic. Whenever you talk about it, like when I said that I thought Stray, that game, when I said I thought that game was fun, but there was no reason to buy it. You should play it for free through PlayStation Plus. I said that. That's not even a hot take, in my opinion, okay? That's pretty tame. I'm like, hey, it's like 3 hours long. Yeah, like paying $30 for 3 hours when you can get it for free through PlayStation Plus for like 15 or 10. Just do that. Dude, you would have thought that I actually like dissected a cat live on stream. People lost their minds. It was ridiculous. Like 40% dislikes like that. People lost their minds over it. So to discuss something like The Last of Us Part 2 and like try to defend it in certain ways and only get like 8% is very good on YouTube. Yeah, but it was an orange cat. Exactly, dude. Like people lost their mind. Like, oh, but meow meow. There were people that were sending me messages. They're like, I hope you die. How dare you try to screw over these amazing developers and get people to pirate the game and not buy it. I was like, I didn't say pirate the game. I said, get it through PlayStation Plus, which they agreed to put their game on without having to pay an extra charge. Like, it doesn't make any sense why you would do that. Like, what? Like, what? It's like, oh, yes, I need a new cell phone. Okay. If I say, go to this store, they have it on sale. Like, how dare you? Recommending people basically steal it. I did not say that. I said, go get it on sale. It's on sale. Go buy it on sale at a lower price to you. People lost their minds. People lost their minds. But all this to say, I think that like the assumption that the whole fan base is like evenly split 50-50, in my experience, it's not. In my experience, it's still like 90% are positive, and maybe like another 5% are really, really frustrated, but they'd still play a part 3 without much issue. And then there's another like 5% that are vitriolically opposed to the whole thing and absolutely hate it, and they will make sure everybody knows about it. So in my experience, it's really not this like dramatic. Maybe it is, maybe there's data to show that, but I've done surveys with tens upon tens of thousands of responses from people, so a pretty good sample size, and in my experience it's nowhere near this drastic as people make it out to be, which I just think is funny. Please don't give yourself a hope. As long as mother of all egotistical entities, Neil Cuckman, is in charge, you know how the story is going to end up being. I think Neil is clearly a very gifted writer. I mean, he's pretty much everything he's touched in a directorial role has turned to gold. Like, they've been very, very successful with it so far. Very, very successful so far. So I do agree that he gives off a weird vibe. Like, there was it was really awkward. You guys remember this? Was it the Golden Globes? Yeah, I think it was the Golden Globes for the HBO show, right? Druck, is it 2Ks? Oh my god. No. Druckman. Here it is. Found it. You guys remember this? Who else was there? Pedro was there too. Let me look up that. Pedro Pascal at the Golden Globes. Pascal, Golden Globes. I just want to see him like walking and taking the pictures. Where is it? I don't know if they have a video of him going up there too. I don't know. But like Neil Druckmann went up. The point of all this, Neil Druckmann went up and he went to the Golden Globes because the HBO show was nominated for a bunch of stuff. And when Pedro went up, it's like all of these photographers screaming for him to smile and taking pictures, and they were all loving it because he's a celebrity. Everybody loves it. When Neil went up, it was kind of awkward. Now, I don't know if there were very silent cameras going. I don't know. Maybe the audio's been swapped. Maybe they were just very quiet photographers or something. But it was a little awkward. And it kind of reaffirmed this perception. And again, as I've said before, perception is reality when we talk about public issues. Unfortunately, it shouldn't be. Reality should be reality. But when it comes to public discourse, the perception is what you have to deal with. So that's what is effectively true in the public eye, right? You have to deal with it that way. And in the case of Neil, the perception is that he is extremely desperate for validation from Hollywood, as are many of these creative types. I mean, it's like if you want to be a writer, your dream is to write Hollywood films or like win an Oscar. Like that's your dream, right? To be recognized by the Academy. That's what you want. And a lot of people feel as though Neil has kind of sold out this huge gaming icon or monolith that was The Last of Us, and has sold it out to try and win favor within Hollywood. Now, do I think that that's what's happened? Not necessarily. Like, they made a good HBO show that's an amazing adaptation of the game. I think that's great. It brings more people to the gaming space. It brings more people to the original game and the original work. I think that's good. I haven't seen anything that suggests that he's sold out. Now, if they come along with The Last of Us Part 2, or I guess Season 2 of the show, and it's totally altered and super toxic, and it's like the Disneyification of everything. Turns out that like Joel is now played by like Melissa McCarthy, and then Amy Schumer gets up there and is playing Abby. Somehow they recast her. Like, then, yeah, I'll have a problem, and I'll be like, okay, what do we do? This sucks. Like, this is terrible. I haven't seen any evidence of that happening so far. And if that happens, we can all agree that that sucks in that instance. But I've not seen anything to suggest that something like that's happening. However, again, it just reaffirmed the idea that he was very desperate for the approval of Hollywood, which has been a frustration with a lot of gamers. Is they're like, hey, we're doing our own thing. Ignore Hollywood. It sucks. But I think especially what made this stand out is because it came about a month after the Game Awards, and the biggest frustration with a lot of people that have watched the Game Awards is not just the commercialization of it, where it's basically just one big series of commercials, and then like the actual awards are given like 15 seconds, you know, and then like the person who accepts it, they're immediately shoot off the stage, and that's it. But also, Jeff Keighley is obsessed with bringing in celebrities that he can rub elbows with and take pictures with and feel all like sophisticated and famous with, even though they don't give a crap about him, but he just likes to feel famous. So he'll get like Vin Diesel on stage to promote some god awful video game for no reason at all, when they've probably never touched a video game in their life. And he gives them 10 minutes to promote whatever crap they want to do. But then the actual video games, like, it's all pay to play from big publishers in mobile games. And then the really good stuff barely gets acknowledged, you know? So it just doesn't really work the same way. But stop giving them ideas. Like, yeah, dude, if it turns out that Joel is played by Melissa McCarthy, I will accept blame. Like, sorry guys, Pedro was just really busy and he hurt his arm. He couldn't do it. So we recast him. Did you see her play Ursula? She was stunning. Dude, I'd lose it. Oh man, that would be so funny. As for Amy Hennig directing or writing The Last of Us Part 2, that is not true. That is not true. That started like on Reddit with people that are like hyper obsessive over, oh, Uncharted was at its best with Uncharted 2, even though like they played it 10, 15 years ago and they don't even really remember the story plot points. They're like, oh, it was at its best back then when times were simpler. And it's just factually false. Like she didn't, like, she was kind of booted. She started work on Uncharted 4, and after a little while, she left and they kind of redid everything. There were some remnants, like I think Sam was already established, and so they decided to keep Sam as a concept, but most of it was reworked and redone. Amy Hennig is a very talented game designer. She's very, very good, but most of her games are kind of this like kitschy B-movie style where it's like, oh, zombie Nazis, yay, that's great. And so like the original Uncharted game, if you haven't played that in a while or ever, I dare you, I triple dog dare you to go play it, because it is like the most 2008 game ever, like, or 7 maybe. It's very, very mid to late 2000s, because it's like Nazi zombies, and then the second game is also like weirdly magical and supernatural. And then you notice as the series went on, they leaned less and less into the supernatural stuff and tried to ground it a little more so that you could take the stories more seriously. And it just, yeah, I think it worked better. Who wrote The Last of Us Part 1? Well, it was primarily Neil Druckmann, the staff writers at Naughty Dog, and another writer who somehow people don't like remember very often. Crap, what's her name? Haley Gross. She's also she co-wrote The Last of Us Part 2. And she's one of like the head honcho writers at Naughty Dog, apparently. So yeah, she is a head honcho. Yeah, the often overlooked co-writer of Part 2. Yeah. People forget that she's like one of the head honchos. She's probably responsible for a lot of the big stuff that happened in The Last of Us Part 2. And that's something you'll probably see in that documentary when they eventually drop it. But she played a huge role in the story of Part 2. But people just like totally forget about it. Yeah, Haley Gross. That's not nice to say, Luke. Yeah. Her last name is Gross, okay? I'm not just being a dick. Can you imagine? I was just like, yeah, Neil Icky. Luke Poopy. Like it just... Oh, that would be funny. Anyway. So all of this to go back to what we were initially saying. Where do they go with The Last of Us Part 3? I'm honestly open to it. I still think The Last of Us Part 2 was unnecessary. I think they had created the story arc of the characters, and I think if they had left it there, it would have been fine. I thought Part 2, if they were gonna do it, probably shouldn't be Part 2. It should be like The Last of Us Origins or The Last of Us, whatever they would call it. And it was gonna be Joel and Tommy in the 20 years between Sarah's death and the opening of Part 1. I think that would have worked way better. I think that would have been an original story. You know, like you kind of can rest assured that Tommy and Joel are going to make it out of their situations okay, because you know that they survive, but you could do a lot of really interesting stuff with that story. The difficulty with prequels, though, is exactly that. You know how it's going to end. You know that they're going to be okay. So there are very low stakes for that core cast of Joel and Tommy if they were to do that. Whereas if they were to go and do something in addition to The Last of Us Part 2 or with a totally new cast, then there's stakes because you don't know if they survive or not. And that could work a little bit better. At least keep the door open where you're like, I don't know if this person's going to die or stay alive. You know, it's a big question mark. You just don't know yet. You don't know yet. But now that they've done The Last of Us Part 2, now that that's happened, what should they do for Part 3? I think that's a very interesting question. I think it just depends on if they have an interesting idea for how they want to resolve the story of Ellie, if they do. Because the truth of the matter might be that they don't want to resolve it. They do want to keep the world in chaos. And that might just be what they do. Or they might try to just tie it up with a neat little bow and actually give Ellie some resolution. Probably in the world of The Last of Us, it's probably not a happy ending. It probably is one of those things where she finds a new group. Maybe the whole game is about traveling to Orlando, across the country again, and it's meeting up with doctors there, and then they're able to create a cure, but it kills her, and then that's the big resolution, is that she saves humanity, and or it's suggested. Probably how they would do it is like, ooh, Ellie, we can save humanity, but we have to put you under for surgery, and you might not survive. Or what they say is like, we're going to put you under for surgery. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. But we have to take the tumor out, and then we can create the cure from that. And then like Ellie goes, okay. And they put the mask on her, and the camera kind of lifts up from her from the table. And the camera cuts to the doctor, who looks at the other doctor. They nod. And then the camera goes black, and then you just hear the of this like deadline of or flatline of the heart monitor. I think they would do that just to piss everybody off. I think they do something like that. Yeah. If it cuts to black, I can manage that. That's bold. If it's a fade to black, I'm gonna scream. I think that's what they do. That would lose everyone. Exactly. The story's over though, so who can be really that mad? Who can throw a fit? If you're gonna piss them off anyways, go for it, man. But like the doctors lied to her that she'd be fine. They knew that she was gonna die, but they lied to her because they weren't gonna miss this opportunity again. You know, they could totally do that. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good spot to end it. Thank you everybody for watching this Luke Stevens live clip. Appreciate you guys. Subscribe and follow TikTok and yeah. End of clip. There you go, Jacob. The built-in ending for the clip right there. It'd be like The Sopranos all over again, although I thought that was a masterful ending. I agree. Maybe they do that. Maybe they just do the Sopranos, or maybe it's the Breaking Bad kind of thing where they just leave it totally open to interpretation. Maybe it's like, you know, she goes on the surgery, the doctors say straight up, you might survive, you might not, we're going to try our best, but you might not make it. Do you still want to do this? And they make it clear, if she says she doesn't, they're going to let her go because they're like, we're ethical. And she says, I'm going to take the risk. And then it's just them putting the mask over her face, and they start the operation, and then it cuts to black, and they just never answer it. They leave it up to your imagination. I think that could make sense. That could work. Or it's an endless loop and Tommy comes in and kills the new doctors. Dude. Or no, just Abby shows up out of nowhere and kills all the doctors. That would be bold. That could be interesting. Wyatt, thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5. Hey Luke, if you have time to respond to this, have you seen Godzilla -1 yet? I have not seen it yet, but it is on my to-do list because I have like a stupid number of not free, I've already paid for them, but like, you know, those credits through the Cinemark app. I have a ton of those, so I just have to go see it. I have to just pick the time and go do it. But yeah, it's on my to-do list. I've heard it's very good. And it's like, it was very cheap. They didn't spend a lot of money on it. Amazing. But it still looks amazing and seems really, really good. So yeah, I've got to do that. Okay, close down all these tabs. Call him Tommy Gunn at that point. Dude, for real. Okay. Let's talk about the Microsoft stuff real quick for anybody that missed it during the podcast, and then we can turn this into its own stream clip. Jacob, this is probably one to put up today, and the Last of Us one you can put up tomorrow, or whenever. So I think that'll work. So in case you've missed it, Microsoft is doing a lot right now. They have canceled a Blizzard game that was in development for 6 years. They are reportedly laying off a ton of people related to bringing games to physical copies in retail, and all told they're laying off around 1,900 staff across Xbox, Bethesda, and Activision Blizzard. This was no doubt in the works for months, just to be very clear. I appreciate that they waited till after the holidays to do it, because most likely they knew most of what was going to happen months ago, and they just waited until now. There are certain reasons to do it, like landing outside of certain financial quarters to announce this, because sometimes it can have an impact on stock prices. There's a lot of things to consider, but all told, they're laying off 1,900 people in their gaming division. In a message sent to staff and obtained by IGN, Spencer said that Microsoft would provide quote-unquote full support to those who are impacted during the transition, including severance and benefits informed by local employment laws. Yeah, Microsoft tends to be pretty good about this. I knew it was like a friend of my dad's, but like more distant. But basically, like Microsoft in the past, when people have been laid off, it seems like they do take care of them relatively well. We haven't gotten details, but if it's normal Microsoft stuff, it's probably relatively generous compared to other people in the industry. Alongside the layoff news, Blizzard president Mike Ybarra has confirmed he's decided to leave the company, and Alan Adam, Blizzard's chief design officer, is also leaving the company. If you don't know Mike Ybarra, you'll probably recognize him. He's been on a bunch of the like presentations images. There you go. Like a bunch of the Xbox presentations and stuff. You might recognize him. You remember him wearing this weird black shirt during one of their showcases. Yeah, that's him. That's him at BlizzCon 23. It was like really awkward and kind of awkwardly stiff and quiet. It was like pure corporate speak, and it was delightful and really, really funny. Really, really funny. The other guy that's been booted is this guy, Alan Adam. And Alan Adam is one of the original founders of Blizzard. He's been around since the very beginning. Very, very beginning. And he has been booted as well. Look at that. Look at that. Co-founder and chief design officer at Blizzard. No longer, still the co-founder, no longer involved in the operations though. And people took this and were terrified of it because they were like, wait, this doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense because they didn't want to do that. They didn't want to leave. That doesn't make any sense. But like, this is just how these types of things tend to happen. And as you can tell, investors are not that shaken. Microsoft Corp is still fantastically well off, over $3 trillion market cap. They're doing great. The reason for this allegedly seems to be multifaceted. The first thing to establish is just that everybody in the tech sector is dealing with layoffs right now, whether you're in the gaming sector or if you're in IT or sales or whatever. Even financial services companies are dealing with layoffs right now. And it's because during COVID, interest rates were so low that debt was basically free. It's like, it breaks math because when you have such low interest rates, you can take out massive loans to fund expansions, and the loan balance gains interest at a rate lower than inflation. So taking a loan out, your loan balance is basically decreasing in terms of actual like buying power because inflation is higher than the interest rate is. It's not commensurate with it. So it actually makes sense to take out huge loans rather than sit on piles of cash or do other things with the money that would return a lower yield. Like it breaks consideration. It's why it was such an exceptional time in international business, is that money was basically free. In some cases, you could actually have like on certain bonds for certain companies, you could have negative yields, which doesn't even make any sense, you know, when inflation starts spiking. But now we're seeing like the outcome of the back end of it, where inflation's risen a lot, and then also rates have risen a lot. So those negative yields, things are kind of breaking down. And then on the other side of things, we have a lot of debt that's coming due, and you can't take out new debt to continue funding it. So you've got to really evaluate what projects make sense, what investments make sense, and what teams are the most productive and where you should be deploying capital, when and where and why. And in the case of Microsoft, it seems like they've done a pretty comprehensive evaluation of Bethesda, Softworks, and also of Activision Blizzard, and they have found fat that they think they can cut. And part of that is executive leadership. So it's people coming in and, you know, they've evaluated how the business is run, and they found that the leadership within Blizzard was not where they wanted it to be. So they've decided to cut out the president and then also the chief design officer. What that signals to me is they're not happy with, one, the big picture managerial decisions. So what projects were being greenlit, where the investments were going, where they were deploying capital. They weren't happy with the president's vision for the company, so they booted him. So they're going to replace him with somebody that's going to create games that Xbox feels are going to be more successful, not just in the broader public, but also specifically on Game Pass. So you're probably going to see more frequent, smaller projects from Blizzard is my expectation. And that goes and is commensurate with the idea that they're getting rid of the chief design officer, because he's the design officer. He's deciding also how these games function and work and look and where they're trying to click into. And so he's being swapped out with somebody who's going to change things up. So no matter which way you look at it, in terms of managerial swappings and replacements, it seems like Blizzard's about to change pretty significantly. Instead of one game every 7 to 8 years, we're probably going to start to see much more frequent releases from them that are a bit smaller and more manageable and promotable on something like Game Pass, because Game Pass does not thrive on like once every 7 to 8 year huge releases that are available on Game Pass day one. They thrive on 4 or 5 smaller releases, each of which they can promote and advertise as a new release coming to Game Pass. So I think you're going to see a pretty major shift in how Blizzard does things. Beyond this, the other layoffs, because that's of course just two very high level layoffs and let's just say invitations to retire or step away. But beyond that, the other people that have been laid off, there's reports that there's a lot of people that have been laid off in departments related to bringing games to physical retail spaces. So anybody that would be involved in the manufacturing process of these games or working on like maybe distribution or relationships with vendors, things like that, those people are seemingly all being laid off. Now, this could be because they're just trying to outsource and they're going to hire an outside firm to do it for them to save some money. That could make sense. Physical media is kind of dying out. Love it or hate it, it is happening. And so they're starting to put their chips on black, guessing that it's probably going to go all digital. And they're just making investments as a result of that. There's also other people that have been laid off, specifically related to other projects, notably this project Odyssey, codenamed Odyssey, from Blizzard. And this was something where apparently they've laid off like the whole team that was working on it, like the whole group. This was in development for at least 6 years. And what Blizzard spokesman said, Andrew Reynolds said, the game's development had ended, quote, as part of a focus on projects that hold the most promise for future growth, and that the company would move some of the people on the team to one of several exciting new projects Blizzard has in the early stages of development. So some of the people will move, others will just be laid off flatly. So they're probably just evaluating who the best people on the team were, or the most valuable people on the team were to them, and they're going to cut everybody else and just keep the core group that they like. Odyssey started in 2017 as a pitch from Craig Amai, a Blizzard veteran who worked on World of Warcraft. It was conceived as a survival game like Minecraft and Rust, but with more polish and fewer bugs. That's the whole concept. In subsequent years, the team working on the game had expanded, and it was announced publicly in 2022 as the company began hiring more staff. Despite additional resources, the project struggled largely due to technical issues surrounding the game's engine, or the suite of tools and technology that developers use to construct a game. According to people familiar with the process, Odyssey was originally prototyped on the popular Unreal Engine from Epic, but Blizzard executives decided to switch, in part because it wouldn't support their ambitions for vast maps supporting up to 100 players. So they tried swapping engines in the middle of development. Didn't turn out too good because they decided to swap to Synapse, which is an internal developed engine that the company had originally developed for mobile games and envisioned as something that would be shared across many of its projects. But that led to significant problems as the tech was slow to coalesce, and Odyssey's artists instead spent time prototyping content in Unreal that they knew would be discarded later. So just wasted time and money. So like, of course, executives don't love that. When the Microsoft acquisition was finalized, some Blizzard staff were hopeful that they might be able to switch back to Unreal rather than trying to finish the game on Synapse. And in an interview at BlizzCon in November, Ibarra said that their new parent company would offer them the freedom to use the tech of their choice without having to go through the board of directors as in the past. The tech leaders will decide what the engines are, he said. But despite the challenges, Odyssey appeared to be making progress. People who played early versions of the game enjoyed it and thought there was a lot of potential in the market for a survival game that hit Blizzard's bar for quality. But still, Odyssey was years away, and at one point Blizzard was looking to expand the team to hundreds of people in hopes of targeting a 2026 release date, but even that seemed overly optimistic to some of the team. Instead, it was canceled as the company concluded that Synapse was not ready for production, and they're stepping away. They followed up, the spokesman said, as difficult as making these decisions are, experimentation and risk taking are part of Blizzard's history and creative process. Ideas make their way into other games, or in some cases become games of their own. Starting something completely new is among the hardest things to do in gaming, and we're immensely grateful to all the talented people who supported the project. And they're just canceling it and walking away from it. Now, a lot of people are losing their minds over this, and I'm kind of confused. We all complained that Microsoft didn't cancel Redfall because Redfall was a disaster, released as a disaster, but it was because Xbox bought ZeniMax and in turn Arcane, and they decided to have a hands-off approach and just be like, okay, have fun, finish your projects, go crazy. And it didn't turn out super good. So after Redfall's disastrous launch, they decided to be much more involved. And so with Starfield notably, they dedicated many engineers to helping polish Redfall. And Xbox deployed a lot of talent to help make that or Redfall, I meant Starfield. So they deployed a lot of talent to help make that happen. And in fact, Starfield, while still a little buggy and it had many issues, it was far and away the most polished game Bethesda has ever put out by a mile, by a lot. And so it seemed to work. They were getting more involved, and that's what they need to do, honestly, to get these big games across the finish line. And to, I think they initially thought that, like, yeah, like Microsoft and Xbox own Arcane, but if they put the game out and it's okay, it's not that big of a deal. They hadn't really processed that when Redfall launches and is a disaster and terrible, that makes Xbox look really bad. It tarnishes the brand. And I don't think had really processed that yet. And so after this, they've taken a stance of, we're going to be involved. We're going to keep an eye on it. And when things aren't looking great or things are having troubles, we're going to deal with it aggressively. And that's what they've done. So with this, they looked at Odyssey and they saw a game that was in trouble and had been having some struggles in development. And they looked at it, said, listen, if we're still multiple years away, some of the devs are asking to swap engines this far into development after 6 years swapping engines, which is no small feat, to be very, very clear. Swapping engines in the middle of a game's development is a big deal. And that's what the devs were hoping for. So Microsoft instead said, this doesn't seem to be coming together. We're going to cut it. We're going to cancel it. Move the core talent to other projects. Some people will be laid off, sure, but we're gonna try to figure something else out because this isn't working. And now people are complaining about it. And it's like, you guys were asking for this with Redfall. This is what you wanted, for them to be more involved. Like, you can't have it both ways, where they keep their hands off, let them do whatever they want, even if the game doesn't end up really working, while also getting them to be more involved. Like, it just doesn't work that way. You have to have one or the other, and they're choosing to be more involved. And that does unfortunately mean that projects will get canceled. People will be laid off as a result. And it's always tragic because these people didn't do anything wrong. They were just working on a game that was having trouble in development, that was forced to be put together on an engine that wasn't capable of handling it. And it's just been a mess as a result. The core devs didn't do anything wrong other than working at a company that ended up eventually not wanting them anymore. And that's, of course, extremely unfortunate. And of course, I would love to live in a world where everybody makes tons of money and is happy and lives their dreams and everything is great. That's not the world we live in, though. And in the world we live in, if the project isn't going to make money, if it's collapsing and it's not going to work, yeah, the company's going to cut the project and people will lose their jobs. It's unfortunate. It sucks, but it's just a reality of the world, unfortunately. Paired with this, I mean, there's a lot of other people that are being booted out, specifically with those executives, people that are like, can you believe this? They're gutting senior leadership at Blizzard. They clearly don't care about like the institutional expertise of these designers. I'm like, guys, for the last decade, you've been whining incessantly, justifiably so, I would say. In some cases, whining is justified, that Blizzard has been tarnishing their brand, tarnishing their history. They've been showing they don't really understand what their core fan base wants. They've been releasing, in some cases, just buggy, broken, lazy things. Like, what was it? Reforged. What was it? They did like a remaster remake that was just a total disaster. Somebody in chat will tell me what it was called. I'm blanking on whatever it was called. Oh, that's gonna drive me crazy. What was that project that they did? Warcraft 3 Reforged. The Witcher 3. Yeah, Warcraft 3 Reforged. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Warcraft 3 Reforged. Yeah, this thing was considered to be one of the laziest and most cheap cash grabs in recent gaming history, and was just a total disaster. And people were like, this is ridiculous. This is unbelievable. How could they possibly release this? This is from Blizzard. And they're doing this. This is madness. This is madness. And it was like partially because they revealed previous footage of it where they had like totally redone cutscenes and all this stuff. And then the final product was just way, way worse than what they actually pitched to people and advertised. So this is the stuff we've been getting for years and years that people have been justifiably hating on and bashing them for. And then Xbox comes in and they fire some of the executives that have been here all through that time and have participated in putting this crap out. And now people are complaining about it. Like, what are we doing? Like, yeah, they're getting rid of people that they consider to be part of a problematic executive team. That's what they're doing. Yes, it includes some executives that have been there for a long time. Yeah. But you can't just blame everything on Bobby Kotick. Here's the thing about Bobby Kotick. Bobby Kotick was a CEO that everybody is glad is gone. He had executives, he had managers, he had people in the president's chair, he had people over here and over there that he had placed there for very good reason, because they did what he wanted them to do. They played ball, they understood the assignment, and as a result, they got rich. They made lots of money during that time. These guys are very well off. Don't get it twisted. They're doing very, very well for themselves. They stayed in line, did what they were told, and played nice with Bobby. And now Bobby's out. Everybody wants to just be like, okay, Bobby's out. Now Blizzard of 2008 is back. It's like, no, that's not how it works. He had a lot of people around him that allowed him to do what he wanted to do and turn Blizzard and Activision into this like money churning machine that lost all artistic validity and integrity. And some of those people had been at Blizzard for a long time and had basically sold out to Bobby in that process. But now that those people seemingly are being booted out by Xbox because they want to start fresh and with a new perspective, now people are complaining about it. Give me a break. Give me a break. Again, you don't get to have it both ways. If you want to complain about executive leadership within Blizzard and the big overarching decisions they've been making for, at this point, over a decade, you don't also get to have everybody in the current executive leadership hierarchy and structure stay when the chief executive officer gets kicked out. It doesn't work that way. Either you clean off all of the mold or you don't. A little bit doesn't work. Doesn't work. It's like, oh no, I was cracking an egg to make an omelet, and then a bunch of the shell cracked in. It's like, one of those Doritos you put in a burrito, you just crunch it up and pour it in. And it's like, oh, there's so much eggshell in this damn omelet. But I took out a big piece. Now it's good. No, you got to get the rest of the damn eggshell out. Otherwise, it's going to still be an eggshell-filled crappy omelet. It's not how that works. So all this to say, I understand the frustrations that people have with people they've seen for a long time at BlizzCon and everything now being welcomed to leave and to retire. But that is what people have been asking for years, and now they're getting it and they're upset by it. As for these other things, like canceling a game that's been in development hell for 6 years, that's exactly what we as a community were asking them about with Redfall, where it's like, this game was in development hell. I don't know. Well, actually, I don't know if it was specifically in development hell, but it clearly was a problematic game that was not going to do very well. And it didn't seem like it was going to be very good at all. And we're like, why didn't this get canceled? Why did you keep this thing on life support and then release it as a total disaster? How did this happen? And now they're taking an active position in managing these studios, and people are losing their minds over it too. Like, if we just want to be frustrated by layoffs, that's totally fine. I get that. I understand it. Layoffs are terrible. They suck. And I wish they didn't happen. At the end of the day, the blame still lands on the managers for overhiring when money was cheap. Because basically these executives were like, oh, well, money's free right now, so let's expand teams. Let's greenlight some projects, see if they work out, and just see what happens. And when money becomes more expensive in the future, we'll just fire all those people and downsize them and move them somewhere else on other projects. And that's what they decided to do. Not like really processing or caring that these are human beings that are moving their families and changing houses. They're not multimillionaires. They can't just casually go move and try another place to live. Like, this is a big deal for them. And you're just going to lay them off like that because you don't care that much? Like, yeah, that's toxic. And I think those managers deserve the blame for this happening in this way. And like, we can all acknowledge that and understand that. But to then go and also complain about the specifics of how this is played out, I also find pretty silly, because it's like, you've wanted the executives at Blizzard to be cleaned out, and now it's happening and you're complaining about it. This is what you asked for. You wanted them to be more involved in the development process and cancel games that weren't coming together, and to only greenlight games that really had a lot of potential from their internal reviews. That's what they're doing now. Like, you never saw Odyssey. These people that are complaining about it never actually got to see it. They just heard that some people, when they tried an early build, thought it had potential. Guess what everybody who's ever worked on a video game has said about it? That it had potential. Everybody says that about their projects, okay? Of course they did. Of course they did. So it just, like, with all of it, I just find this to be another example with a lot of the discourse of people that can and never will be happy with the way that things play out. Like, they will always find something to complain about. When Xbox starts doing things exactly as they've been asking them to do things, they complain about it. When they don't do those things, they complain about it. It just doesn't make any sense at all. So I don't think many people should give it much credence, because it, beyond the initial just like frustration with the fact downsizing is happening, the rest of the discourse is just, in my view, extremely hypocritical, and I think overly simplistic with it. I almost inhaled a lot of coffee just then. Oh my God. That could have been bad. Ooh, let's see. Was there anything else? Yeah, and I kind of got into this little spat, and then we'll go on the rest of this. But I kind of was like, when I was talking to Joel Raptor about this, it kind of felt like, it's like, well, what specifically are you asking for? Like, yeah, we're frustrated by layoffs. That sucks, they happen. And then it's like somebody says, well, but Microsoft's a $3 trillion company and they have a lot of cash. Like, so what are you saying? That they should continue paying for a project and employing people to work on a project that they don't think is going to make money and that doesn't work? How does that make any sense? And like, all you have to do with anybody is just go like, okay, pay me right now not to do anything. You have extra money in your wallet right now. You have a 20. That to Microsoft is equivalent to like $100 million. Okay. They have so much money, it doesn't matter to them. You have like an extra $20. Give it to me and I'm not going to do anything. Just give me the money. I can tell you I really need it. I can tell you I really want it. Just give it to me right now. And of course you're not going to. You're going to be like, no, this is my money. Like, no. If you were going to do something for me, I'll give you $20 to clean my car. I'll give you $20 to go and like babysit my kids for an hour or something. Like, I'll pay you to do something, but I'm not just going to give you the money when I could be using it to do something with, you know? It's not just a charity. But seemingly people have no understanding of that. And instead they're like, Microsoft have lots of money, therefore they just give people money to do nothing. It's like, that's not how any of this works. The reason they have so much money is because they don't do that. Because when they have money, they put it towards stuff that will make more of it. That's how that works. But people just don't even, I mean, it's baffling to me. Yeah, Luke, Dark Side Luke, give me money. Yeah, exactly. Somebody's gonna clip it. Jesus. Yeah. Jesus. Let's see. Wyatt, thank you for the 10. Can we talk about how Activision and the COD devs still have prior contracts to fulfill before Microsoft can have full involvement? Or am I just talking am I just talking out my ass? Depends on what you mean with like prior contracts. They have prior things with like, you know, commitments to go on PlayStation, commitments to like probably with certain like Nicki Minaj to have her skin in the game. Like things like that are still established, absolutely. But in terms of core involvement, like I'm not sure what things they have that would specifically like step on other toes in terms of development. I guess it's just a matter of what you mean by like full involvement. Like, is Microsoft going to cancel a Call of Duty game? No. And like the schedules for these games are years and years out. One of the things that like is directly involved, apparently some people, I think it was with Sledgehammer Games, some of those people were laid off because one of the teams that they were working on, and like, this is what you kind of have to imagine when you're running a company on the scale of Microsoft. If there is a team working on the game, and let's say you have teams in Quebec, and you have teams in Boulder, Colorado, and then you have a team in somewhere in Oklahoma. Let's just say that. I can look at it and be like, okay, I need this many developers of this type working on this game to get it done by this date. And we're trying to figure out ways to save money because these games are costing $300 million to make. That doesn't work. We need to cut some of the expense here somewhere. And I look at it and I figure out, hey, the taxes in Boulder, Colorado, just to like pay people, because like the cost of living there is so much higher than the rest of the country. We have to pay our employees way more. And then the added cost of the taxes and everything else, the real estate to have a physical office space there is so much higher. It doesn't make sense to have the studio there. So let's close that studio. We'll lay off a lot of people, and then we'll hire more people at the Oklahoma office, where it's way cheaper to operate. Cost of living's way lower, so we don't have to pay people $200,000 for a baseline job because Boulder is stupid expensive, and real estate costs are really low, blah, blah, blah. There's tons of perks to it. And so they choose to go there and expand that studio and shut down this one. All you're going to hear in the news is X company closes down Boulder, Colorado studio, when in reality, it's just kind of a restructuring to move things over here where it makes more financial sense. And when you're talking about millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars, that just makes more sense to do it that way. But it seems like so often people just are unwilling or incapable of kind of thinking on the bigger scale of how to run a multi-billion-dollar business. Like, unfortunately, things are not always as cut and dry as, we'll just keep the team, just keep paying them and hemorrhaging money. It's like, you can't, because eventually, if you keep doing that, eventually everybody loses their jobs. Instead of 200 people now losing their jobs, which is still unfortunate. I wish they didn't have to lose their jobs, but instead of 200 people now losing their jobs, in a year or two, if we keep hemorrhaging money, 1,000 people will lose their jobs. So let's deal with it now. You know, it's one of those cases where it's like, tell me that you've never run a business without telling me you've never run a business, you know? Record profits this year. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm wrong. Xbox specifically, the gaming division has not had record profits this year or in 2023. In fact, I think Xbox specifically missed targets a lot.
$9.99 through Super Chat. Hot take. But when companies give severance packages 6 months of pay and a dang laptop, not much to be mad at. Thousands of people get laid off daily, not just game devs. They suck, but they are
they're inevitable. Yeah, I mean, specifically that, yeah, I mean, Riot really hooked people up. They gave them 6 months of pay to find a new job and like a work laptop to be able to hunt for a new job if they didn't have a laptop at home or something. Riot really hooked them up. Microsoft has very generous severance packages as well, from my understanding. So, I agree. Firing the CEO would save like $50 million a year. Yeah. Well, it wouldn't save because you'd have to hire a new executive that probably is going to ask for $50 million in a year. So it's not that simple. The other thing is, and this is like the real thing that really is like, it triggers the hell out of me. They're not paying $50 million in cash to CEOs. They're given compensation packages, which can be equivalent to that cost, but they're not paying a liquid cash payment to them. They usually have a salary of, like, granted, $500, $800, maybe even $1 or $2 million in cash for the year. That's not enough to keep an entire studio afloat if you were to fire that one CEO. Instead, what they do is they give them stock options, which they have the option of redeeming at a set period in time in the future. And even then, there are certain limitations of when they can be sold and when they can be changed around. If you're saying, like, yeah, we have to cut the liquid cost of cash going out and being paid through salaries to employees, but we'll keep employing them by giving them stock options, okay, that's an option. Microsoft could issue stock options to employees, but that's not what people want. People don't want stock options as their core compensation Because how are they going to pay their mortgage? You don't pay mortgage with the promise of a stock that you can give the lender in a year once they are redeemable. That's not how that works. Like, so often I feel like people just throw out, well, the CEO made $100 million in stock options that are worth that much in a year from now. It's still a stupid amount of money and they are outrageously rich. I agree. But it's not like they're being deposited $100 million in cash to their checking account and then they're going over and screwing over these other employees. No, they're being given the promise of a share of the company in a year's time that should be worth X amount at that time that it can be executed, which again still has to be scheduled out another year or two later. It doesn't work like that. It just doesn't. But people see it on Twitter and they're like, oh, the CEO made 100 million. They could have taken a big pay cut and then given that money to all of the employees and everybody would have been happy. It's like, no, they could have given them shares of stock. That's not what people are asking for. That's not how you, like, how the employee couldn't live on that. It just doesn't work that way. Like, I just think so often people just fundamentally don't understand how this stuff works. And then they make broad sweeping judgments that, like, oh, this whole thing is so corrupt and so it's like, mechanistically, it doesn't work that way. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. Sorry. Got a little riled up. It's the same thing where, like, somebody was saying, you know, Jeff Bezos, you realize he could just direct deposit all of this money into our accounts. And it would mean nothing to him. He'd still be a billionaire at the end of it. It's like, bro, he owns a bunch of things that are worth X amount. If you were to dump all of his, like whatever he owns of Amazon, like 12% or 13% or whatever, maybe now it's even less because after the divorce. But if you were to dump all of that, the market would take a plunge and it would be worth even less. Like, it just doesn't work that way. Like, it's just outrageous. Yeah, it's just, man. Let's see. Master Luke, with the reveal of Dragon Age Dreadwolf this summer, you think BioWare can still prove they're the masters of storytelling? That's a big question mark. I think, like, with Dragon Age Dreadwolf, I guess, Jacob, new segment. With Dreadwolf, there's a huge question mark around it because BioWare has had not one, but two big ass flops back to back. And after that, it's still been years. When did Anthem come out? Was it like 2019? 2019. January 25th of 2019. Dude. 5 years and a day ago it launched. 5 years and a day. That's when it released. So Anthem was their last project 5 years and a day ago. And it was a bit of a disaster. I still think, like, in terms of core gameplay mechanics, it was pretty cool. There was a lot of potential here. It's really too bad that they walked away from it because it was honestly pretty fun in small doses. The problem was just that there wasn't much content, and like it could have been really well served if they had gotten away or gotten like big boss encounters working, and like there were big monsters that you had to work together to fight or things like that. There were some little things like this guy you can see, but it was like the one thing, and then there were just waves of the same mission over and over and over again. So it just didn't really come together very well, but I thought it had potential. And apparently the devs did too. They just couldn't get the actual game to work well, which dare I say is a problem. It's a big frustration and oopsie poopsie. So this was a big disappointment. And then prior to that, of course, we had Mass Effect Andromeda, which I still have footage of. Hold on, I can pull it up. Thank you, my friend.
Morpgle is now a member.
Yeah, you are. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. MMORPG Al. I think I think that's what it is. Okay, thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. Let's see. Gameplay videos, gameplay footage, Mass Effect Andromeda, Ground Gone. I still have this footage all these years later. This is how it launched on PS4. It was a total disaster technically. It was an absolute nightmare. So they had this, and then they had Anthem back to back, one after the other, like only a couple of years apart. And Anthem was supposed to be their big comeback, and it was not. And it just was a bit of a disaster, all told. So the question at the core of Dragon Age Dreadwolf is whether or not the core team that made BioWare great, whether they are still there. And that's a question that I honestly am not sure the answer to. Like, I really am not sure if they're still there. Because what happens inevitably when a game launches and is super broken and buggy is a lot of people, you know, get, let's just say, attacked in the public discourse. They get swarmed on Twitter by incels that have nothing better to do, that send death threats. Hey, this game I was looking forward to and it wasn't very good. Screw you. I'm going to punch you down. And I'm going to, you know, they just lose their minds. It's insane and toxic and pathetic, but that happens. And also it doesn't look good on a resume. It really doesn't, to be like, oh, nice to meet you. I'm Luke. Yeah. Nice to meet you. I'd like to work for your company. I'd like to work for Naughty Dog. Yeah. Nice to interview with you. Okay, sweet. Well, what have you done previous? Sorry, this is my Lego building camera. I swapped to the wrong one. What have you worked on previously? You remember like 2017, the biggest flop of that year, Mass Effect Andromeda? Yeah, I worked on that. Okay, well, it's 2024, so like, what did you do after that? Well, I worked on another game released in 2019. Oh yeah, what game was that? Anthem. Oh, so you had a rough couple of years, did you? You know, it just doesn't look very good on a resume. Everybody wants to work at a studio that has like the best reputation. Everybody wants to work at a studio that's winning all the awards and that's getting all of the attention and admiration in the public eye. Everybody wants that. BioWare has not been the place to get that recognition for, shockingly enough, like basically a decade. Because 2014, they won Game of the Year at, I think it was at that point, was it the Game Awards or was 2015 the first Game Award? I think it was the very first Game Awards in 2015, because prior to that it was like the Spike TV Game Awards. So at the very first Game Awards in 2014, they won Game of the Year with Dragon Age Inquisition. And after that, it's been nothing but blunder after blunder. So after 10 years, do you think that the guys that made the studio amazing are still hanging out there? And even if they are there, do you think they still have the magic touch? Because they released 2 blunders, 2 disasters in a row. So there's going to be some attrition. There's going to be some people that just are like, I'm just going to go to another studio. We're going to go work on another type of game. I just am frustrated by this. We need to go somewhere else. Do they do that? Or is this going to reignite the fire in them and they're going to put out something amazing? I don't know. And beyond that, there's also the potential for corporate intervention where like EA looked at them and was like, honestly, guys, it's not working. It's not working. We need to figure something else out. That's also a huge likelihood that they downsized and laid a bunch of people off, you know? It's a whole thing. Luke, they had Legendary or Mass Effect Legendary Edition in 2021. Oh, that's true. They did. They did. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Anyway, so with Dragon Age Dreadwolf, I think there's potential, and at the very least, you know, I think them taking their time with it and the fact that they've spent so much time on it is a good sign. And they've shown some footage of it. You know, they've shown these clips here where it's like a mix of gameplay and cinematic. So like this apparently is an actual gameplay level. This is actually in the game, running in the game's engine. It's actually functioning. These are cinematics. And so it's unclear exactly, you know, where the cinematics start and where they end, and, you know, where the cutoff is. But it does seem like there's an actual game being put together. And that's the cinematic trailer. Yeah, these were the levels. It's like, this is a level. And it looks pretty good. Honestly, it looks kind of akin to like Baldur's Gate 3, which for the type of game it probably is going to be is more than fine. It's probably not like Naughty Dog levels, but it doesn't need to be. It just doesn't. So the levels themselves look good. Core gameplay, we haven't really seen much. They did reveal years ago, like really shockingly early footage. Let me see if I can find the original clips of it. Yeah, there was this stuff that was leaked, but then there was also, I could have sworn they actually revealed some core stuff that was actually real of it, like in process. But like these were leaked gameplay clips that showed it was kind of a mixture of Dragon Age Inquisition combat with party control mixed with like inspirations from God of War, which I'm down for that, you know, and it's early footage, so it probably will end up looking even better later on. But it's just a big question mark. I think it has potential, but they need to nail this. I know we say all the time, like, oh, this is Bethesda's last chance. If they don't pull this off, then their game is screwed. This is, oh no, now this is Arcane's last chance with Blade because they screwed up with their sister studio, Redfall. And, oh, you know, this is CDPR's last chance after Cyberpunk 2077. Everybody says that about every studio. This actually probably is BioWare's last chance. Like, if they screw up again and have 3 flops in a row, how on earth does EA let them stay open? I don't know. I'm honestly shocked after 2 flops back to back, they're still open at all. I'm honestly shocked at that, because EA in the past has been pretty liberal with the delete button when it comes to studios that they have. So I'm shocked that they're still letting them go about working on this stuff, but seemingly they are. I just hope they don't do the same thing they did with Andromeda, where they pretty much just removed all companion control. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. They've been tight-lipped about it. Luke, well, BioWare used to be an excellent studio. Yeah. Well, the flops still pulled in money. Well, the flops pulling in money, that's, I don't know if there's actually been any data. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if there has been data about profitability of games like Anthem. I think games like Anthem, probably when they released, were just kind of like a big write-off, because you notice they did something really interesting. Okay, they did something really interesting, and it depends on how their accounting works, and there's questions of this, but there's something kind of interesting, I think, that happened with Anthem, and a lot of studios do this, to be clear, and this might honestly be part of the reason why Microsoft is doing what they're doing with Activision and Blizzard. What kind of goes on is, let's do this, and I think it was this. Yeah, that works. So what you have is you have like a bunch of buckets, right? So you have this bucket, you have this bucket, and then like this. And then let's say that, let's just go brush. This is the like Anthem bucket. This is the no, I guess it would be, sorry, I'm getting used to writing with this thing again. Subscriptions. And then this is, let's just say, operating stuff. So ideally, you know, if you look at this game, there's probably a net cost to develop it in this bucket, and subscriptions, paying to operate your subscription. In this case, it was like EA Play. There's a flat cost to operating that, and then there's a flat cost to ops. The hope is that when Anthem is released and sold at full price, you make more money than you did in terms of this. So you actually fill it up with the green liquid, and it fills up beyond that cost, right? Beyond that level. What happened is that they did something interesting. They offered to include Anthem in a 1-month membership of their EA Play subscription, which is how like 90% of people have or got access to Anthem when it launched. I did that. Like, I paid $15, as did my friends, instead of the full 60 at the time it was to buy it at full price. We paid $15, got access to the game, played it for a couple of hours, and then moved on. So what they did is now the profit goes over here and is filling up this bucket up that level. And so this looks really bad and scary because they're just losing all that money, right? And the great thing about that is that you can take this project and this can be a write-off as a loss of funds. It was a cool experimentation. It was a cool experiment, but it just frankly didn't work out and they lost money. And they can write that off against their other profitability in other sectors and potentially save money on tax bills and things like that. And so a lot of corporate accounting is just picking which buckets to put losses into. And if you can structure it right, then you can all of a sudden justify expensive projects over here by writing it off over here. It's why companies like Meta can justify spending billions of dollars every year on AI research and research into the metaverse and stuff, because they can count that as a current year loss, and that can offset profitability in other sectors as long as there's the potential for long-term growth and perks and benefits. You know, you can justify that. It's why honestly releasing a game that and like just embracing the full loss of it can be good, because like for that Odyssey game that they just canceled over at Blizzard, that game, they're just going to take the cost for those 6 years on that project. That's just losses for the whole thing. Like, they're not going to make any money from it, but they can write off those losses. And you're right, there is a net operating loss carry forward that you can do. I believe it's still 7 years. I might be wrong about that. It might have changed since I took my accounting class or classes. But at least when I did it before the big tax overhaul that Trump did, there was like a 7-year carry forward. So if you spent $7 million on a project and it just didn't work out, you could write off $1 million this year. Say you made $1 million in profit in other projects. You write off $1 million this year and you don't pay anything in taxes against that profit because you wrote it off with $1 million loss. And then next year you make $1 million, or let's say you make $2 million. You write off that $2 million with another $2 million of losses from that previous project. Now you still have $4 million left that you can write off in future years. So the next year, the third year, you made $4 million. Wow. $4 million. We're doing great. And you can use the rest of that $4 million from that $7 million loss and write off that $4 million profit in year 3 using that. So you don't have to pay you don't lose any of that to the taxes that would normally be incurred. And the reason the tax law works this way is, for one, because the tax law is kind of written by people who have big businesses usually, or interests in big businesses. And the other reason it's written that way is because they want to encourage companies to try and take risks, to potentially lose money, to also make money. So they'll spend money on big projects that are potentially profitable and might work out, but might not. And if it doesn't work out, at least it's not a total loss where they just lost out on 7 million. There's a tax benefit where they now benefit from taking that risk. They still would rather that project have made money, but at the very least, it's basically discounted at their corporate tax rate, which can be very, very nice. How did Trump change this? I don't remember if the law, because again, it happened like after my accounting classes. But there are things that happen all the time where like the timelines can change. They might change it to like a 3-year carry forward. So you can only carry it forward for 3 years, or, in some cases it's capped at certain amounts based on different things. So there's lots of different ways that it can stack. Let's just say there's a reason that there are entire firms of thousands and thousands of employees where all they do is corporate accounting. This is all they do because it's extremely complicated and very, 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 very intense.
aka crooks. No, it's the official rules. I mean, if you don't like the rules, just vote for somebody else and they'll change it. But like I said, there's a reason that the laws are built this way, and it's to encourage risk taking, because our economy only really works if companies are willing to risk things and research cell phones and crazy technologies like these that might not end up working out. There's been a lot of cell phone projects that have been experimented that never went anywhere. You know, highest level of math I took in college. Well, I did all the calculus stuff, you know, that you would expect. I don't remember what the number was, maybe Calc 3 or whatever. But the probably most difficult class I did that involved math was like my Finance 475, I think it was, something like that. And that was like a very, very high level, high level, I guess, or is it low level? It was in the nitty gritty details of financial calculations for justifying and trying to finance big projects. So we took the examples of like an Amazon distribution warehouse and trying to figure out the costs involved with making that make sense, and how to calculate how all of these things come in together, how they're discounted at different inflation rates and currency conversions and all sorts of insane stuff. That class was basically one gigantic headache. It was really satisfying when we figured it out and got everything right and working. But yeah, it was like headache simulator. It was just so much stuff to consider and think about at once. It's crazy. Brom, have a good day, my friend. Anyway. So, do you think BioWare might be screwed even if Dreadwolf is a success? No, I don't think they're screwed if it's a success. If it's an overwhelming success that's like a contender for Game of the Year, no, they're back on top. They're doing great. Like, then they're great. But they need this to work. They can't have another flop. I mean, another flop, almost certainly they're gone. It's done. Because how on earth do you do 3 massive flops in a row and still have a company within a parent organization that in the past has been very, very willing to just shut down studios if they're not happy with them? If they blow this one too, they are donezo. I hope they don't. I hope it ends up being amazing. And the potential success is really high. I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 showed that these types of games can still be very, very successful, these fantasy RPGs. So, shocker. You don't need to be an extraction shooter to find success in the industry nowadays. It's crazy. My degree's in corporate finance. Yeah. It's a meme now because every time I talk about it, people are like, what? You have a degree in corporate finance? I get it. People are being funny. They're teasing me. It's okay. It's okay. I deserve it. Have I played Tekken 8? I have not. I'm not honestly typically a big fighting game player. I'm just not very good at them. Like, and I don't care enough about them to get really good at them, you know? There are some games, like if I'm feeling it, if I'm really into it, I'll grind it, I'll practice it, and I'll get good. But a lot of the time, if I'm not initially intrigued, I'm just not going to commit the 100, 200, 300 hours it takes to get really good at it, you know? You know? Tomb Raider remasters. I'm down for it. I mean, remasters are fine. I think full remakes for some of the older stuff could be really cool, but you haven't seen anything that like really was captivating. Okay. Oh yeah, Helldivers 2 is still releasing. Keep forgetting about that game. I think everybody does. It's flying under the radar. Maybe that ends up really helping it. Maybe. I don't know. Oh yeah, I thought the girl they cast as Abby was a great choice. I think she's gonna be a great fit. She seems like perfect. She looks the part, very familiar, very Abby-like. But I agree, she does have a good amount of bulking to do. She's got to start down in that protein powder. Got to start chugging it.
Indiana Jones, I think, looks really good. That was another example of people just complaining for the sake of complaining. Because it was like people losing their minds that it has third person elements. It's like, yeah. And the other people are complaining that it's partially, like, it's mostly first person. And they're like, it should have been all third person. I'm like, what? Can we just, like, not agree on anything? Or are we just, like, going to complain about absolutely everything all the time? Is that what we're doing now? Is that the new meta? I guess it is. Okay. Hey man, I love your videos. Keep up the great work and take care of your health, brother. Yeah, for sure, man. Thanks. Appreciate you. Mad Max sequel, don't get my hopes up. That would be amazing. Complaining gets more attention than not. Sometimes some games, like I did that video recently. Where is it? It was just in my feed somewhere. Did I just imagine that? Maybe I did. I don't know. Oh, well, anyway, I did a video relatively recently on Baldur's Gate 3, just going through what I really liked about Baldur's Gate 3. And the video did fine. It did like 150, going to like probably 200 within a month. And that's a really good return. That's a really good turnout. However, like I think, like, yeah, negative videos might be really eye-catching. Maybe I should just clarify with this. I think it depends on your audience. I think if you have an audience, a core audience that's been built up on a lot of negativity, yeah, they're going to expect negativity first and foremost. There's also the sort of asterisk that has to be put up where you have to clarify that, like, some games just warrant negative attention. I would argue often it justifiably so. Like Starfield, videos that were negative towards Starfield in the last 6 months or 3-4 months have done very well because everybody feels negatively towards that game. Not everybody, a lot of people do. And what, like, one of the best pieces of advice I can give you as like a content creator, if you're interested in getting into content creation and you want to make videos and stuff, often all people are looking for in a video is for you to put into words what they are feeling. They don't really know how to express it. They just need someone to express it. And then they can be like, that's what I'm feeling. That's it. So what I found is that for some games, it's like for Starfield, those videos we did on, like, for example, how, the open world, the fishbowl traversal worked. People felt weirdly about it. People were like, yeah, it doesn't feel right. It feels like something's off. It doesn't feel as open as Fallout 4 did. It doesn't feel as interesting as Skyrim, but they just didn't really know why. And so they wanted to watch videos that could explain why and justify that feeling that they had deep down. Because somebody talking about video games for a living is a very weird thing, and it's very, very rare. Like, not many people do this or do what YouTubers or streamers do. So for those people that are maybe able to put it into words, that I think people can appreciate much more than is perhaps understood initially. And I think for something like Suicide Squad, people feel like something's off with that game. So they watch videos that kind of help explain why it feels off. Same with Skull and Bones. You're like, something's off with Skull and Bones. They see a video that explains why it's off. Break it down. And sometimes stuff like that is done in bad faith. Like, there were some videos that were just, I forget what the name of the creator is, and I don't really want to look it up. There was one creator, his entire brand is that he just does the same picture of him holding a video game case with like a crazy surprised face. And it's just, this game is terrible. And he will intentionally go and find the game that has like the most unanimous love at any given moment. And he will just do that video. And it's all just rage baiting. And it does well for him because it's what his audience finds entertaining for whatever reason. But I don't think that necessarily means that negativity is all that sells. It's just within his community, that's what sells. So I think you kind of, you reap what you sow. If you sow nothing but negativity, you're kind of pigeonholed into that. If you call things out that are bad when they're bad and you promote things when they're good, your audience will naturally kind of coalesce in a much more level-headed way. I've been amazed with my community that my community is very skeptical, very intelligent, very like well-balanced and reasonable. They don't tend to rush to conclusions. Like most of my audience is just like, yeah, it looks fine. You know, there's these things that kind of concern me. These other things look great, but I'm looking forward to finding out more. Like it's the most non-toxic, like the most chill group of people, and I absolutely love it. People have asked me, like I don't know if he'd want me to say, but I had a another YouTuber. He asked me like, how have you managed your community in a way that prevents it from getting like really toxic? He's like, I've had some very toxic people in my community for years, and I can't really shake them, and I don't want to ban them or anything, but like I don't know what it is. I was like, honestly, it just, you kind of reap what you sow. If you make a ton of hype videos, you're going to have people in your chat and in your comment section that are very hyped up over whatever you're talking about. It's just going to happen. If you have videos that are super, super critical and negative and nitpicky, yeah, that's the type of person you're going to kind of have coalesce around you. But if you approach things in a really straightforward and try to be like very level-headed in your approach, I think you'll attract those types of people, and the audience ends up being fantastic. Like, do recommend. I recommend you guys. Yeah, it's just, yeah. I'm super unreasonable, and I rush to judgment with toxicity. And ban. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. So, Mike, thank you for that. Thank you. I'm just going to read it instead of waiting 10 minutes for it to read it for me. Mike, thank you for the 10. Very generous. I'm still so conflicted with Death Stranding. It feels like Kojima created such a slogging chore to experience one of the best stories we've seen so far. Why God, Luke, help me out. Thank you. Oh, thank you, my babe. My babe brought me chili. It's white chicken chili. It's stupid delicious. It's very good. She read my mind. I was like starting to starve to death. It's interesting you say that because, Mike, I am the polar opposite. I think the initial like story and premise of Death Stranding is interesting, but I think like the minutia, in other words, like the actual conversations that take place throughout the game's story, are some of the worst written dialogue sequences I've ever seen in any video game ever, much less like any piece of media, novels, like film, TV, whatever. I think Kojima, in terms of writing conversations and dialogue, is one of the worst writers I've seen in recent memory. He comes up with wacky, crazy ideas that are cool in concept, but dear God Almighty, he doesn't know how two human beings talk to each other. Like it's like he writes dialogue as if he's an alien trying to guess what humans are like when they talk to each other. And then I find the core gameplay actually pretty relaxing. So I'm kind of the opposite. I understand why people would not like Death Stranding in terms of gameplay. That's totally fine. I totally get it. For me, I have to be in the right mood. It's like a rainy day game for me. I play it when I'm kind of bored. Maybe I have a TV show or something up on the other screen, and I'm just looking to play something that I can turn my brain off and relax to. And in that capacity, it works really well. It works very, very well. But it's got a lot of problems. So it's just interesting, Mike, that you say that, because I'm just like the flipped version. I'm the opposite, where I find the gameplay kind of relaxing and I find the story asinine. So it's just funny. It's just funny to me, you know? Like, it's just interesting. Yeah. But that's what I love, is that we can have two like similar but also polar flipped opinions on a game, but we can talk about it intelligently like adults. We don't have to fling crap at each other, you know, while discussing it. It's refreshing, you know. Darth Stranding. That would be a different game. Death Stranding 2. Yeah, who knows what that ends up looking like. Oh, do you hear that? I think Lockie wanted to come say hi. And he is not happy that he... Sounds like Mama's taking him. Okay, yeah, I think she took him to get lunch. Yeah, sometimes he wants to come in and play with the Lego sets like that you see around, and Nikki's like, we can't really do that right now. Daddy's streaming right now and Daddy's working. He doesn't like it. I can hear him now upstairs in the kitchen. So yeah, they just went to eat some lunch. But yeah, it's sometimes he has a strong opinion on whatever happens. It's like a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Okay. Okay. Okay, I saw a video. I was like, ooh, that could be interesting if we watch that. But it's a Jaw Raptor video. So I don't think we can do that. Do you think Microsoft can turn Blizzard around? The thing is, I don't think we're going to see any real benefits to that in probably like 4 or 5 years. It's going to be the same thing it's been for a long time until it eventually kind of clicks. But it's just going to take a long time. It's not easy to flip a channel around, or a company around like that. Let's see. I just found your channel. I love the common sense approach and open, non-toxic discourse. I just scrolled too far. Congrats. It's so rare to find. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Because the only reason this works is because there's other people that are non-toxic that are trying to have an open discourse or with this stuff. So people like you are the reason that it actually works. So thank you. Thank you. Thoughts on Mass Effect 4? There really is nothing, like, not much to say about it. It's just like so it's so early and they barely showed anything that it's just there's not much to go with. Hoping for Final Fantasy 16. Yeah, we'll see if videos come out, if I can get something put together. I just have to come up with a concept for a video that makes sense, because right now they're just, I'm not sure what the hook is, you know? New glasses? Yes. I still have the other ones, but I'm just going to swap them out because the other ones like dig into my head. There's a teaser from November and 7. Yeah, it's just like, but what am I supposed to make of that? It's like a picture of somebody walking down a hallway or a video of it. There really is not much to take from it. It's just like, okay. 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 I'm gonna do a review on Persona 3 Reloaded. I probably won't do a review. I'll probably I might play it privately, but like with reviews, it's just so much time has to go into it. That I'm just really curious how to justify the time. Like, it's just not that easy to pour that time into it. Because to play something like Persona 3 Reloaded, you need what, like 80 hours? Like, you need a lot of time to play through the whole game. Otherwise, you're doing like an impressions video, and it's just like, what's the point of that? And like, my audience isn't that into those more like JRPG type games typically, so it's just not clear how to make it work, you know. Like, I'm excited. I'm gonna probably like play it myself, but as for making content, I'm not sure. Let's see. Mohammed YT, thank you. Thanks for all the content you make. As a young college student, I learn a lot from each stream and video you publish. Even education outside games, stuff like general finance helps. Oh, I'm glad, my friend. Glad somebody's getting something from my rambling. my many rambles that I go on. You gonna play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth next month? Oh yeah. You better believe it. I don't know. Like, people were asking me, are you gonna do like a 3-hour critique of it? Honestly, it's very, very unlikely that happens. My audience in general has not been that into games like Final Fantasy, so I'm not sure if we could really justify it. But I'm gonna play it. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to play Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League at launch. Yeah, Joshua, it looks like we probably have a code lined up for early access. So I think I'll be able to put a video out when the early access launches, just trying it, and then I want to like give it the fair shot, because the whole thing, it's so funny. People are like, you're not giving the game the fair shake, and you need to play the game before you can like judge it. Okay, so if I do that, will people care about what I say? Maybe. But then inevitably people are going to be like, so you were negative towards the game, but you still bought it and still played it. It's like, for one, I didn't really buy it because I have connections. But secondly, like, yeah, you asked me to play it. So yeah, I did. Like, so you're not going to make everybody happy, but I do think I'll play it. As for whether I'll get to the end game, I'm not sure. Maybe that's one that, you know, in a mini critique could be interesting of. I'm not sure. Yeah, you should get Persona 5. Persona 5 is very good. Absolutely. Master Luke, I've been hearing more and more people on YouTube after the NDA got lifted say the game isn't too bad. Yeah, no, like I said, it's not too bad. It's just like, is it going to be a successful live service game? I don't think so. Like, after a few hours, me and my friends were kind of good. We were ready to move on to something else. I think if I was playing it solo, it would get very old and tedious by the time you complete the story. And after the story, I've seen nothing with the end game that looks like I'd want to keep playing it. Like, nothing at all. The stream that they did with those big streamers, like, they even were seeming bored after a few hours with the game in the end game. So I just don't know if it's gonna be successful, because again, the only way a game like that works is if thousands and thousands and thousands of people are playing it for years after it's launched. And do you really think that it's going to do that and achieve that success? I don't think so. I haven't seen anything to suggest that. I think there will be a very devoted core fan base initially, and my stance is the same as it's been for months. I think the game will do very well initially at launch. A lot of people will buy it for $70 just to try the story, and I think it'll probably get decent reviews. I think it'll get like 8s out of 10 probably. But I think a lot of people are going to buy it, play for the story, set it down, and never touch it again. And for a normal game, that's fine. Like, yeah, you bought the game, you played it, and then you set it down. That's totally cool. For God of War Ragnarok, that's totally cool. For Spider-Man 2, that's totally cool. For a live service game with years of content planned, that doesn't work. That just doesn't. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Let's hear IGN while I eat some of my chili. Let's hear IGN discuss the Switch 2 and how handheld PCs could potentially cause it some difficulties and trouble. Next Gen Console Watch. They have an acronym, NGCW. It doesn't roll off the tongue, I'm going to be real. But I like the concept. It feels weird that it feels like we just got the PS5, and it feels like yesterday we got the Switch, honestly. And the Series X and everything, but the Switch is going on 7 years old. Yeah, 7 years old. And we're already halfway through the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series generation. Feel old yet? Feel old? I feel old.
Welcome back to Next Gen Console Watch, our show following everything happening with the latest gaming hardware. I'm Damon Hatfield, and this week I'm joined by IGN's Executive Editor of Tech, Bo Moore, and IGN Tech reporter Taylor Lyles, both of which were in attendance at CES last week. Welcome to both of you.
Thanks, Damon.
Yeah, thanks.
And this week we're discussing the surprising circumstances of the growing handheld gaming PC industry. Started with the Steam Deck a couple years ago. Now there are several alternatives like the Asus ROG Ally, the Lenovo Legion Go, Logitech G Cloud, and others.
I'll be real. I have the Steam Deck. I have the Ally. I do not have the Legion Go, but Sean does. And Sean was telling us in chat that it's pretty good. Battery life's way better than the ROG Ally. And I like them both. The Ally, probably like an hour and a half if you're playing it maxed out. Steam Deck, probably similar. The Legion Go is apparently like probably 3.5 hours. It's pretty good. So I'm liking the handhelds, and I much prefer the Windows device. Like the Steam Deck, after I moved from the Steam Deck to the ROG Ally, I think that's the way to go, honestly, because the ability to just like download Game Pass, the launcher on the ROG Ally, and just download games through Game Pass that way. Brilliant. You can technically do it on Steam Deck, but it's a massive headache. It's really, really difficult. Very tedious.
Latest is the MSI Claw announced at CES, which looks to be another quality handheld device. It's targeting a release in the first half of the year. Bo and Taylor, you both got some brief hands-on time with it. What were your quick first impressions?
Yeah, I played with it a little bit, and my first impression was it seems like a solid device. It had good feeling triggers, thumbsticks, buttons, and everything. It's a little bit smaller than the Steam Deck. I have pretty large hands, and I think the Steam Deck feels really good. But for people who feel like the Steam Deck is a little bit large, they might like the slightly smaller size.
Taylor, I think you at least got to hold it, right?
Yes, I got to hold it, and I will say, countering what Bo said, I have smaller hands, so when I held, and I have a Steam Deck, I feel like it's a little too big in my hands, and I felt like the MSI Claw fit perfectly in my hands. It had the same size, I believe, as the Asus ROG Ally, so it was very comfortable when I first held it.
Well, so we find ourselves in 2024 with a health.
I like the Ally. It's a little chunkier. I find it much less comfortable to hold than the Steam Deck, honestly. But they're close. And I have big, like, bear paws. I don't have small hands.
Healthy and growing handheld PC gaming market. Is this something either of you saw coming at the start of this hardware generation?
It's really it's totally taken us by surprise because, there was the Switch, and the Switch kind of really revived handheld gaming, but it wasn't until the Steam Deck, which pretty much came out of nowhere. And I mean, IGN, we were the ones to reveal it, and we were blown away when Valve first showed it to us. And so it was really the success of that Steam Deck that has really revived this handheld PC market, because there have been other handheld PCs, companies that have made progress on Indiegogo or on Kickstarter, that you have been able to get a handheld PC, but because they've been from these niche companies, they haven't really broken into the mainstream. But because of the Steam Deck, suddenly everybody's like, oh wow, the handheld PC gaming is finally good. The processing power of these mobile chips has caught up to a point where you can actually play games at solid frame rates without making really many compromises. And because of that, we now have these other companies who are sort of just approaching it like a laptop approach. They're saying, this is our device. We're probably going to come out with one maybe every year or two. It's going to have a hardware refresh, and yeah. So like you said, we've got the Asus and now MSI, Lenovo, and I would not be surprised if other hardware manufacturers continue to jump in the game.
Yeah, I think it's tremendous. I think it's tremendous. It really does show that there's always been a market for handhelds, but there was this weird kind of spot that we entered as an industry. Kind of from when did the Vita and those handhelds go away? Probably like a decade ago, maybe a little more than a decade ago. Like there was this period where handhelds were a thing, but they were way weaker than the core consoles and certainly PCs of the day. And so you needed to have standalone games, usually, to launch on it. You needed to have a standalone Uncharted game developed specifically for it to launch, because it couldn't run anything, beyond that. And they also hadn't established the ability for backwards compatibility. So that was also a big question. But what the Switch enabled developers to do is it kind of made them realize, okay, we can design our handheld basically for last generation games or very low performance metrics on modern games. And it can run that pretty well at like 30 to 40 frames a second at lower resolutions. And so what the Switch got really good at was the Switch was good at running third-party games from the previous generation, so in this case, the 360 PS3 era, and it could run those relatively well at 720p in handheld mode, and it worked. It just worked. And then beyond that, it could sort of run PS4, Xbox One games, like barely. It technically could, but like if you've ever tried to play The Witcher 3 on a Switch, it's barely passable. Like it looks, I've said before, it looks like somebody took a handful of Vaseline and just slapped it over the screen. It's so blurry. It's pretty tough to deal with. But as a handheld, if you have no other alternative option, it works pretty well. But since these other companies have gotten in, Steam came out with the Steam Deck, and it's a really solid device that works pretty well, but it has some downsides because it has all these layers of emulation, and it uses like whatever Proton emulator or whatever to kind of translate the Windows applications to running on this Linux device. and it's okay. But like the ROG Ally being a native Windows device, Legion Go, all of these devices being native running Windows, I've found that they work very, very easily. Then you have Hogwarts Legacy on the Switch, yeah. And you're like, how? How though?
Taylor, what about you? Are you surprised that all of a sudden we find ourselves with a plethora of options in the handheld gaming PC space?
I can't say I'm that entirely surprised. I mean, Valve certainly kicked off this sub-market of handhelds where you're just having an entire computer just at the palm of your hands, able to take it with you on the bus or on a plane ride, and just being able to play your favorite games without having to water it down like you would have to, say, play it on a mobile phone, like have a mobile version of it, or even playing a cloud version of it. This is a native version you can install on this device, play it whenever you want. And, you know, the fact that other companies are jumping into this trend is not surprising at all. They each have their own kind of individual, like, quirks and traits that make theirs stand out from the others in the market.
So we all like the Steam Deck. Both of you, do you have a favorite Steam Deck alternative? Bo, how about you?
I like the iPhone 15. When are they going to talk about the Switch 2?
It does that, especially if we're talking like handheld PCs.
Yeah, that Legion Go is chunky. Look at that. Hold on. Look how chunky that thing is. Ooh, baby. I hadn't seen this angle, but that thing is thick, boy. Ooh, baby.
Talking like handheld PCs, and just piggybacking off of what Bo said, you know, what makes the Steam Deck just great is that it's running Steam OS, and the Windows was just never had that design for handheld experience. And, you know, it's really going to be up to Microsoft.
Actually, if you used Windows 8, it was stunningly terrible, but it was technically designed for handheld use. Dude, Windows 8 was so bad. It was so bad. That's a throwback I want to forget.
That the Switch version of a lot of games is a little bit watered down compared to your other current gen consoles, but you are still usually playing the same game. You know, previously when we had the Game Boy and you know the PSP and all these other handhelds throughout gaming history, there were the console versions of games, and then there were, you know, the handheld version of the game, and there were, you know, first party AAA games for both, but the handheld mobile version, whatever you want to call it, was a different game, whereas the Switch really got people used to saying, okay, you're playing.
This pre-recorded video is just copying everything I said because I didn't watch it before we started watching it together, so now I feel like I'm being ripped off.
No to both those questions. You know, if we're talking specifically about the Switch really reinvented the way that we play our games on the go in a handheld, you know, in a handheld capacity. You know, as
would you say it switched it up? It switched the way we did it?
I mentioned, you know, when you think about the Game Boy Advance and even just like consoles that came out around that time as well, we had separate versions that differed greatly from a Game Boy Advance version versus whatever you would get on the console counterpart. You know, we have seen some of those graphical leaps. I mean, I felt like the PS Vita, for example, was really great. It gave us like a 360 console kind of era quality of graphics, but, you know, it was still not the level of degree that we got on the Switch. And even what, you know, I feel like the tech has just not been there. And even if the graphics and the processing power was, you know, even available, there were still things about making sure this thing didn't overheat and things like that. So it really wasn't until, you know, 2020s, where we were able to actually get sort of this capability to have a portable PC that was in the palm of your hands and not, you know, a laptop.
Mm-hmm. Well, speaking of the Switch, we fully expect its successor to be revealed this year, likely even released this year.
Yeah.
When the Switch arrived in 2017, this current handheld PC gaming market didn't exist. So now there's going to be all this extra competition out there. Of course, you can't play the Nintendo first-party games on them, but I think most of these, the Steam Deck and its competitors, are probably going to be more powerful than whatever the Switch 2 ends up being. So do you think this is a concern for Nintendo, and should it be a concern for Nintendo?
I'm just going to pretend like I'm on the panel. No. Nintendo's never given a crap, just like Honey Badger, about what everybody else is doing. They just kind of do whatever they want to do, and everybody else is going to like it. There's no question about it. So they're going to do their own thing. It looks like they're probably going to have a lot of first-party games. Like they're probably going to have their very own Mario Kart that's actually original to the console, instead of just bringing the Wii U's version. They're probably, you know, going to port over like Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild day one, maybe even with like 60 FPS patches, which could be awesome. A huge selling point for a lot of Nintendo fans. And then they also probably can bring like a Mario game within the launch window as well. So I think they have the potential to have a much better launch lineup than the Switch had. And that's exactly what they need. I mean, that really is precisely what they need to kickstart this thing successfully. So I don't think they care at all about the competition. They're not really appealing to the same groups. And Nintendo's going to come swinging with some huge first-party titles that I think are going to really blow people away.
I don't think it's a concern because
I agree.
But our loves is dealing with that with old parent playing game faster and do at the PC.
I don't believe that. You know, I've always been of the mind that software is what sells devices, not necessarily the hardware.
True.
If we're speaking specifically on the Switch, you know, Nintendo has a strong, you know, party and catalog of just games and exclusives that you can't really get natively on the Steam Deck. Of course, people are going to talk about unethical ways of getting those games, but if we're talking just native ways, you know, the Switch is the place to go. You know, we're thinking about just like how it's powerful is not going to be, you know, it's not going to be exactly powerful when it comes out, and it's going to be, you know, a couple years behind, but that's just how I feel consoles are always kind of just behind the new, you know, computer processing powers and graphics that you can get on computers and even these handheld PCs. So, you know, at the end of the day, it's really going to come down to what type of software is going to be available on Nintendo, and they have a really strong track record. As long as the Switch 2 or whatever they call it has, you know, obvious improvements to, you know, handheld experience and even the docking station improvements. I just keep thinking back to how Pokemon Scarlet and Violet kind of ran pretty bad. And even if it could just run at a stable FPS and not have any of these freezes and things like that, but at the same
Yeah, that was more the developer's issue. I don't know. I think that it probably looks very similar to the Switch. I don't think it's going to look that different. It probably seems like it's going to be more of an iterative improvement than anything else, but this is going to be interesting because they whatever they end up calling it, you know, do they just try to do the sort of 3DS thing as opposed to the DS? Now it's the 3DS. Do they do that? Does that differentiate it enough? Do they keep the Switch branding and it's the Switch Pro? Do they call it something totally different? That's going to be an interesting thing to see, because the Wii U was just sort of like an upgraded version of the Wii. It's really all it was. And that was considered to be a massive blunder because a lot of people thought that it was just a Wii, or thought it was a new controller for the Wii, which it kind of was. So how do they avoid making that mistake this time around? Do they frame it as a totally new console, or is it the evolution of the current console and they'll keep selling the base Switch just for cheaper? You know, it's really going to be interesting to see how they go about handling this launch and specifically how they market it, because there's a big question of whether they kind of repeat the same mistake that they made last time, and I hope they don't. I would love for another, you know, console to come out that's really popular and gets a bunch of great games on it, but it's going to be interesting because most reports are saying that it's not going to be that different from the base Switch. It's just going to have like a better display, be able to run faster. It's going to have probably support for DLSS and similar technologies for upscaling when it's docked, so you can play at higher resolutions. So things like that are going to help it, but how do they differentiate it? Otherwise, they could end up in a situation like the Wii U again, where everybody's like, yeah, the Wii U's fine, but I think I'm just going to go buy a Wii. And for Nintendo, I'm not sure if they're really looking for that. Are they looking for people to just buy the Switch from 2017 or the OLED Switch? Or are they looking for people to buy the new thing? And with that, there's other questions. Like, they have an OLED Switch. Do they launch day one with this version of the new console being, you know, having an OLED screen? There's a lot of people saying no, they're going to go back to LCD, which seems like a big downgrade, like a step backwards. You know, you have a product on the market that's OLED. This is more powerful, newer, more expensive, and it doesn't have that. You know, it's going to be very interesting. I'm here. Keep the name simple. Just call it Switch 2. I think that is probably the most simplistic and foolproof plan. It's new. It's a different thing, and it's an evolution at the same time. It's the second one. Easy. Just like the PS2, it's the Switch 2. And then 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, you launch the Switch 3. Easy. It's a new thing. You can bring backwards compatible games. That's fine. But it's its own thing. What are the odds they actually do that, though? I don't think have they ever just done a numbered improvement? Like they did the 3DS, but that's because it was like a 3D thing. I don't know. I if they do Switch 2, I'll be surprised because I think that they probably do something more stupid and overly complicated. That's my expectation personally. I'm guessing that something like that happens. That's my guess. I heard the leaks of the Switch 2, and I'm not sure if I should get an OLED now instead. Yeah, well, it's going to be higher end, and it's going to have new games to it, which will almost certainly be exclusive. So there's going to be stuff like that. Or maybe for the new Mario and the new Mario Kart, maybe they do bring that backwards compatible. If you guys remember, Breath of the Wild was primarily developed on the Wii U, and technically ran best on the Wii U. It was most stable because in the whatever forest where you get the Master Sword, there was notoriously terrible frame dips whenever you went into that forest. And on the Wii U, it didn't have that problem at all because it was primarily developed and balanced for that, which I just thought was funny. The Switch Advance comes with clear light blue plastic. Oh, dude, that would actually I like the clear plastic consoles and electronics. I know it seems cringe. I've always liked it. I like seeing the insides of electronics. I find it cool. I wish they would do that more. I guess they've been calling it the Switch XL because of the 8-inch screen. Maybe. I just think then it just seems like a Switch Lite or a Switch Pro or a Switch. Like, I think that might be a mistake. Tech gore. I haven't heard of that, but I like that. Yeah, that's fantastic. I just want to know which one handles Baldur's Gate or best handles Baldur's Gate so I can chill on the couch. Oh, for handheld devices? I mean, whatever the newest is will run it the best. Like the thing with these handhelds is that they improve so quickly that it feels like every 6 months there's a new definitive one that just works way better than the others. So yeah. Ooh, Dragon's Dogma 2 preview. Our thoughts after 10 hours of gameplay. IGN actually got it. Posted 9 minutes ago. Let's see. Okay. New segment. Jacob, there you go.
I thought it would be a simple side quest. The owner of an apothecary enlisted my help to find his lost grandson who had been taken by wolves. As I followed the trail, I heard a screeching noise from up above.
Are we ignoring him?
Oops!
All of a sudden, I'm in a battle for my life against a griffin. It's a monster that's far too strong for my party to handle, but we fight and claw and hold our ground until finally we get it to retreat. I breathe a sigh of relief, then set up at the nearby camp and sleep till nightfall. That sleep is then interrupted by the same griffin back for revenge. That fight somehow boils over into another battle with a white, who proceeds to beat me within an inch of my life before I finally take him out, just as the sun rises after an epic 20-minute battle.
I'm not sure what
It's pretty good.
None of this was part of the actual quest involving saving the boy. It was just a series of events that cascaded into one of the most unforgettable encounters I've ever had in an open-world action RPG. And it was just one of the incredible encounters I experienced during the 10 hours I spent adventuring through Dragon's Dogma 2's fantastic open world.
It's looking solid. It seems like everybody who plays it ends up just absolutely adoring it.
While I didn't get to start from the very beginning, I did get to begin with the creation of my own pawn. Pawns, for those unfamiliar with the first Dragon's Dogma, are AI-controlled companions that gain gear, skills, and experience from your game, and then take all of that with them online where they can be hired by other players to be companions in their own games. I'm not going to spend too much time on either pawns or character creation, especially because we've already made those videos, but what I will say is that pawns are integral to one of my big takeaways, which is that exploration and discovery in Dragon's Dogma 2 feels much more natural than ever before. First and foremost, there are no more quest boards. There are no markers that appear above people's heads letting you know who's got a quest, and any sort of symbols placed on your map to let you know of points of interest are kept to a minimum. As such, you'll really rely on your pawns and NPCs to guide you through Dragon's Dogma 2's world.
The one thing I'm noticing all over this footage, though, are some aggressive upscaling artifacts.
Really rely,
like especially on the grass. And to be clear, this is not just like poor encoding. This is specifically like the little hashing and artifacting around objects from like FSR2. And then in some cases, like heavy performance mode on DLSS. It's made worse for sure by lower encoding settings, but I'm seeing a lot of that stuff here. And so that worries me for console versions. I'm guessing console versions rely a lot on AI upscaling. This is definitely a game, if you can play it on PC natively, that's probably a strong recommendation.
And NPCs to guide you through Dragon's Dogma 2's world. NPCs will, more often than not, be the ones to approach you with opportunities for side quests, as opposed to it being the other way around.
Say, you wouldn't happen to have seen a pretty stone?
You there! Did you see an urchin in a cap?
Pawns will also point out objects of interest.
Just yonder looks to be a good spot for harvesting ingredients.
Boulders that can be destroyed to find a path that leads to treasure.
If you need that destroyed, I'm your pawn. Shall I assist?
Or if they already have knowledge of a quest from their owner's game, they will straight up lead you to those quests if you give them the go-ahead. All of this leads to a style of exploration and adventuring that feels very organic and appropriately rewarding, very much in the same way that Elden Ring and the two most recent Zelda games do.
It's almost collaborative, but collaborative with AI-controlled NPCs. You know, I like that. And it's subtle enough that, like, they say a line, if you need help breaking that rock, I'm your man, or I'm your pawn. Like, that's just subtle enough where you could take it and run with it and be like, okay, yeah, oh, sure, I'll look around for the rock and break it. Or if you're just kind of tuning it out, or maybe you don't have your headphones on, or you're listening to something else and you're not paying that much attention, you just totally miss it. I kind of love that. And I love that the developers are willing to let people miss stuff. Like, it shows a confidence in the player base. And I've said this before, like, I think a lot of bad open world games are made bad because the developers don't trust players enough. And so they feel like they have to hold their hands all the time because, like, well, if we don't hold their hands and guide them to this quest, they'll miss it. It's like, yeah, maybe they should. Maybe they didn't earn the right to enjoy it, you know? Like, I think it's okay if sometimes players miss stuff. I think that's okay. Hopefully you have enough to counterbalance it and even it out. But a lot of the best games ever have so much content that you're probably missing half of it in your first run. And then it's so good that you go back again and you discover new stuff. And with games like this, one of the great things about games like this is that you can play through it and talk with your friends. And like there's a discourse that happens where your friend's like, oh, did you see this? Did you try this? You got to try this because this is super cool. Then it works like this. And it's this back and forth. It happened with Elden Ring a lot. It's happened with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I've had that happen. It's happened with even Palworld. That's been happening where friends are like, did you go over here? There's this creature over here and he's so cute, but he's also deadly. He's great to get in your party. It's like a really cool back and forth. And I love it. I love it.
As alluded to in the intro to this preview, you also never really know what to expect once you set out to pursue a quest lead. The very act of exploring beyond the safety of the city's walls is unpredictable, dangerous, and enticing, which is why it's so exciting. Over the course of my 10 hours, I got to play with a total of 5 vocations: Fighter, Mage, Warrior, Sorcerer, and Trickster, which you can watch a whole other video all about. Unlike the first game, which had you unlocking advanced vocations simply by leveling up the base ones, the 2 advanced vocations were actually unlocked via a quest. After visiting the Vocation Guild, I was given a quest to retrieve a greatsword and an archstaff, and after doing so, I unlocked both the Warrior and Sorcerer vocations. I don't know if all of them will be unlocked this way, and I didn't get a chance to unlock any of the hybrid ones, like Mystic Spearhand or Magic Archer, but I definitely like the idea of not having to grind vocations in order to unlock others. My personal favorite of the vocations...
Woof, Batman. Oh god, did you see? I am worried about performance in this game. For one, this chick just loads in out of nowhere. She's invisible and then she just appears and loads in. Not to mention that, like, the frame rate here. So, 1 frame. So, 1, 2, 3. So it just dropped like 2 frames. 1, 2, dropped another. 1, 2, dropped another. 1, 2, 3, dropped another. So I don't know if this is running at like, it's not even running at 30 on a 60 FPS capture. It's running like in the 20s, in like the low 20s to be dropping that many.
Idea of not having to grind vocations in order to unlock others. My personal favorite of the vocations I got to try was by far the Warrior, who maintains the fantasy of being the great sword wielding badass that brings giant beasts to their knees with just 1 charged strike, but also adds a few more tricks to their repertoire. Director Hideaki Itsuno heard feedback that the Warrior didn't feel like a super viable vocation in the first game, and thus worked hard to give them some new elements to bring out their strengths. For starters, we've jacked up the Warrior's offense and destructive power, to the point where it's unfair. In exchange, its abilities take a little longer to execute. This makes the vocation somewhat difficult to use, but that's where the tackle comes into play. If you're attacked, you can use the tackle to cause an enemy to be stunned instead of being stunned yourself, making it easier to get into the vocation. The tackle he's referring to is a new ability called Barge that allows the Warrior to execute a quick shoulder bash, even while they're charging an attack, to interrupt and potentially stun any enemy that's trying to stuff their attack. The vocation, after all, is built around being able to charge up massively powerful attacks that deal humongous damage, so this small change goes a long way in making it a little easier to get those big shots off. My favorite new addition for the Warrior, though, is a passive skill that allows you to swing regular attacks much more quickly if you're able to precisely time your next button press with when the attack actually lands. This gives a nice rhythm to the Warrior's combat and allows a skilled player to compensate for the typical weakness of having a very slow attack, while still making those very slow and powerful attacks still feel like they have their own place in the Warrior's skill set. Also, if you're like me and enjoy the feeling of leaping off cliffs and slamming your weapon down on a monster's head, this is the vocation for you.
Love it.
I unfortunately didn't get deep enough into the Sorcerer vocation to see any of the really big, crazy spells that they're so beloved for, but what I really enjoyed about the Sorcerer was the addition of a unique skill called Galvanize. This allows you to go into a stance that recovers your stamina extremely quickly, which is especially useful for the Sorcerer due to the fact that their spells take so long to cast. To shorten those spells, you need to use a skill called Quick Spell, which allows you to spend stamina to reduce a spell's cast time. All of this leads to a careful balance of preparing to cast a powerful spell, using Quick Spell to shorten its cast time, and then making note of whether you have enough stamina to cast another spell, or whether you have to break away and use Galvanize to get your stamina back up. It's a fun dance that made Sorcerer feel a lot more active than in the past.
I'm loving it. It seems like they have done a lot of work to try and make sure each of the different play styles is very different, but also requires some skill and finesse. Because one of the things that happens with some of these games is that they make it so you can just kind of hot swap between them, and there's very little like skill gap. It's just a matter of learning what the new buttons do. But in this case, it's like physically different play styles. You need to approach it very differently. It's one of my favorite things about like Monster Hunter is that you can specialize in one weapon type, and then if you're like, hey, I want to do another run, but this time I'm gonna go Insect Glaive or something, that takes a totally different approach, and it's almost like a brand new game because it's so different. It's one of my frustrations, honestly, with like Baldur's Gate 3 is it feels like once you've played through the game with one party, you probably have a good idea of how everybody works. And maybe that's part of the point, is that you can like swap party members easily, and you can like respec them and reclass them, or multi-class, and that's easy enough. So it's probably like by design, intentionally so. But for me, it was always like, it didn't feel like, ooh, I'm playing as a wizard now, I need to specialize. To be fair, it could be that I'm just familiar with D&D, so it's not like, it's not the same, but yeah.
Dragon's Dogma 2's open world is enormous, reported to be roughly 4 times the size of the already huge map in the first game. And I don't doubt that claim in my experience of checking out the map and wandering through just a small portion of it. It's big, but it's also dense, with exciting encounters both on and off the beaten path that were paced nicely, so I wasn't constantly slowed down by back-to-back battles, but I also never went too long without having something to engage with. One thing that was important to Eat Snow and the team at Capcom was making sure that the players really felt the distance that they were traveling as they explored. To that end, fast travel is very limited, like in the first game. You can only travel between discovered port crystals, and every time you do, you must expend a fairy stone, which are highly valuable items that don't come cheap and aren't easily found.
Shall we make use of it?
Another option you have for
maybe let him.
Getting around is using an ox cart, which is relatively cheap, but they are limited in the fact that you can't choose where you travel. The main one that I found only went from the capital city of Vernworth to the checkpoint town, which was far to the west. You also have to consider that ox carts are not a completely safe way to travel, as they often will be ambushed by all manners of beasts. Of course, you can just hoof it on foot, which is where you'll truly feel the weight of that distance, especially due to the new health restoration mechanic known as the loss gauge. In the first game, you'd be able to heal your entire life bar by using health restorative items, and recoverable gray health with spells. In Dragon's Dogma 2, however, every hit diminishes a portion of your max health, and the only ways to restore it are either by finding a campfire to rest at, or returning to an inn and resting for the night. Fortunately, if you rest at a campfire, you can also cook some meat and get some much needed buffs, in addition to restoring all of your life. But there's a risk involved with resting at a campfire as well. The flames may attract monsters to your campsite, and as I mentioned at the beginning of this preview, you could actually wake up to an angry griffin coming back to finish what it started.
Love it. I've said this before with games like Assassin's Creed Valhalla, or sorry, I'm so sorry.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
I'm sorry, don't take offense. I didn't mean it. I think often developers are like also insecure about players traveling and spending time running around. And so what they do is they give you mounts that are stupid fast, or they give you tons of fast travel and you can just zip around wherever you want. I think like games like Skyrim or New Vegas or Fallout 4 are much better served if you don't allow yourself to fast travel at all. Like New Vegas, I did this is like early days of Luke on YouTube. I did a Let's Play that I was trying to do where I did what I called a Jesus run. And the whole point was that it's like pacifist, trying to be as good, moral a person as you possibly could be, not killing anything if you could help it. And as part of that, I was like deeply role playing. So I was like, okay, I'm going to role play. No fast travel. I'm running around. I can't just like be in a difficult spot and then fast travel and warp 10 miles that way. That's not real. So I decided to roleplay with no fast travel at all. And honestly, I liked it way more than when I could just fast travel around, because it made me like start to really consider what I was carrying with me, what I was going to sell and where. And I developed this sort of routine where I almost like cycled through the map going in certain ways. So like if I left New Vegas and I knew that I was going to head down to Kaiser's Legion, right? I would go and I would stop over here and I'd maybe pick up this armor from this one base that I can sell for a lot. And then I'd go over here and I would sell it to this guy. And then I'd cycle back down and I'd go to the Brotherhood. And then I'd cycle all the way back up. And I knew where to like avoid the death claws. And so like it created this cool dynamic of understanding the world and the map much better, because I never gave myself the chance to escape it. And it feels like often fast travel can just turn itself into a way of you avoiding a core mechanic of the game. Like, one of the core mechanics of the game should be exploring the open world. And it's always felt strange to me that open world games then give you a way to just bypass doing that. Straight up. Sometimes they'll require you to, like, okay, you have to discover the fast travel location first, but after that, you can just fast travel around. It's one of my, like, critiques of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, is that they let you just fast travel around the city if you want, just like zipping around, taking a cab in the opening section, for example. And so you can just zip around instead of walking through the city streets. And I would much rather them just take away the fast travel and just let you walk, just force you to walk and get to know the city, you know? And so hearing that they're doing something similar with this, and they're just like welcoming you to get lost. It sounds bad, but they're welcoming you to get lost, to explore yourself, and to deal with the challenges that come along with that, I think is great. And I think players, again, it's a trust in the players to know that the player is going to be okay if they have to walk to or run to the target location where the objective is, or if they have to, you know, pay a very expensive fee to travel quickly, because that makes sense in the world. The player is going to be okay. There will be some people that like dumbed down or overly simplified games that will not like it, and that's okay. You don't have to make everybody happy, but there will be a lot of players that appreciate the dedication to keeping this grounded in the world, and I think that they'll reward you by playing your game and talking it up, and the game will do really well as a result.
What it all comes down to is this. Virtually every action in Dragon's Dogma 2 has some combination of a cost and a risk tied to it. Fairy stones are risk-free travel, but they come at a very steep price. Ox carts are a low-cost but moderately risky method of travel, and traveling on foot is free, but extremely risky. Then you must also consider whether it's worth it to press on in a questline with low max health, or backtrack to a town to resupply, whether you should avoid fighting the giant tanky ogre, or risk it all on trying to bring it down for both the experience and rare material reward, whether you should keep on the less dangerous beaten path, or take a detour into the unknown. In the 10 hours that I played, these were very compelling decisions to have to make. But the real test will be whether those decisions remain compelling or turn exhausting in hour 20 or 30 when the map has expanded dramatically and you still have quests remaining to complete in a town that you're super far away from. Hypotheticals aside though, I loved just about every moment that I spent playing Dragon's Dogma 2 during this preview window. It doubles down on everything that I loved from the first game, makes some smart improvements to the way quests are handled and how you explore its giant world, and the little taste that I got of the vocations is a tantalizing reminder of why Dragon's Dogma is one of the best in the genre when it comes to delivering on the various power fantasies tied to the classic RPG archetypes. Even after all I played, I still feel like I just scratched the surface on what Capcom has in store for players.
Look at that.
When Dragon's Dogma 2 releases on March 22nd.
Dude, I'm in, fam. Oh, I think it looks so good. I think it looks very good. I'm excited. There's, this could be one of those games that really blows up. I've taken the stance previously. I think that this is one of those games that will launch and be very well received by the core fan base that's already interested in the game. And then I think like a week or two later, we'll start to see the TikToks and YouTube shorts and the videos on it. And I think it's going to pick up steam really quickly. A lot of new people are going to try it, and then it's just going to explode. That's what I think is happening. That's what I think is going to happen. A lot of those types of things will also get mods to remove hardcore stuff. Kingdom Come Deliverance had a mod to remove limited saves day one. Yeah. Well, and if somebody cares about it that much, they can download the mod. That's fine. But I think it's the hardcore nature of Kingdom Come is what like made it such a classic for so many people. Speaking of, when are we gonna get that sequel? We need the sequel, man. As a Monster Hunter fan, I love this. Looks very similar. Yeah, no, it's definitely like in the same kind of vein, and I'm about it. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, I hope this one does well. I hope it does well. we'll see if we can get like an early access copy or anything to do some more coverage, because I would love to be able to promote the game if it really is that good. But it does look quite good. It does look quite good. That's all I want. It looks lacking color graphically. I think that's just the color palette is a little flatter. A lot of games are like that. I am worried about the performance on console though, because in the footage that they just showed, granted it's early access, like it's not done yet, but in that footage there were sections where it was running well below 30 FPS, seemed like low 20s, and there were sections where there was some very, very aggressive upscaling artifacts from things like FSR2. So that makes me think performance is currently an issue, that they're having to rely a lot on FSR to pick up the slack with performance, and then they're also still having performance dips even with that. That worries me. So hopefully they can polish it up in time, because that's a great way to screw over a game right at the outset, is with bad performance. We need more medieval RPGs like Kingdom Come. Yeah, and honestly, it's something that seems not easy to develop, but it seems simpler than developing some of these like big like open world modern games, right? Like surely it is. It's one of the things like I heard Digital Foundry describe about Red Dead Redemption 2 and why that game like looks so good graphically. And they said specifically because so many of the textures and materials are so diffuse and lacking like heavy reflections and things like that. It's much easier to make that game look really graphically impressive and use the extra rendering budget on outside things like post-processing effects, fog, stuff like that, high LODs and things like that. And so it seems like that would be something that a lot of indie devs would love to jump on too, you know? Seems to make sense. Oh. Then Luke, why don't you make it? You're right. You're right. Let's start, boys. Let's get on it. Let's get on it. You know what really sucks? Rise of the Ronin and Dragon's Dogma 2 launched the same day. Oh, really? Oh, boy. Oh, really? Oh, man. That's tough. That's going to be tough. I don't know. I am probably leaning more towards Dragon's Dogma 2. Rise of the Ronin looks fine, but I haven't seen anything that looks really particularly like, I don't know. It hasn't grabbed me the same way. I guess we could talk about that real quick. If you have not, sorry, Jacob, new segment, Rise of the Ronin. Yeah, the top comment on this, for a moment I thought it was Ghost of Tsushima 2, but this game still looks awesome. Yeah, I think this is basically scratching that itch for people, and that's why they are interested. And that's not necessarily bad. Like, there's a place for that. The reason that it's scratching an itch and the reason people are down for that is because they like the idea. They like the premise of this. They'd like to see it successful, but it is just funny that people click on this thinking that it's Rise or Ghost of Tsushima 2, and then they're like, oh, well, it still looks good.
It is said that time marches to the beat of a drum. A fleeting moment can feel like a lifetime for those caught in its deadly rhythm. And a lifetime can pass in the blink of an eye for anyone embracing its bitter end. The only thing we know for sure is that time marches forward.
Even if we are apart, still we are one.
Without hesitation, without remorse. If the drum drives the rhythm, then the river directs the flow.
Let's do this together.
How many mountains must you move to alter the river below?
Let us not forget the pain of Master Shoin and the countless others who have suffered. As the smoke rises, so shall we.
Rumor is, a veiled edge will sacrifice their partner for duty. So which of you will do the deed?
Pretty good, right? Looks pretty good. There's one moment that's really cool. This right here, where the arrow gets shot at him, the flaming arrow, he deflects it, and then his sword gets a passive fire effect. Isn't that badass? Isn't that cool? There's a lot of cool little stuff like that. I think the game looks good. I mean, it does seem like a mashup between Ghost of Tsushima and then like Sekiro and maybe some other inspirations, like really fast twitchy gameplay, but it does look really good. There's also this stuff with like the paraglider. It's unclear exactly what traversal will look like, but there's actual cities, and if we back out a little bit, like they seem relatively expansive. Like there's a lot here, so I'm interested in that. It looks good. It looks good, but I do agree, like it seems like this is probably going to be the PlayStation like third person adventure game. I'm sorry, I paused it right as we're looking up the skirt. But I think Dragon's Dogma 2 might be the big like cross-platform winner chicken dinner. Got row, Luke, I used to not like your vids, but you grew on me. That's where you were wrong. You should not have learned to like my videos. It'd save a lot of time. You could have been so productive, but now you have to listen to me ramble all the time. Sorry. Loco Yoko. That's funny. I like that. Greetings from Belgium. Hi. Happy weekend. Yeah, buddy. Def getting overshadowed though. Yeah, I have not seen much I really have not seen much by way of discourse around this. Like people are talking about Dragon's Dogma all over the place. I've really not seen much discourse around Rise of the Ronin. Maybe there's a lot of it going on within certain like bubbles. It's doing good views. Like obviously, the trailers are doing well. But I just have not heard this brought up a whole lot. Let's see. It's refreshing to have a game where you just fight people instead of monsters. I love monsters, but this looks great. Yeah, just nice, straightforward. Any game that involves ninjas, samurais, sword fighting, and open world violence and pure action gameplay is a badass game to me. Neo open world, and never expected this will come early. Yeah, kind of feels that way. After Ghost of Tsushima, the bar is set really high for these types of games, although it seems like this will deliver. It looks awesome. Finally, I've been waiting for a release date for this gem. I love this era with guns involved. Super excited. This will keep me busy while waiting for Ghost of Tsushima 2. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people are just like, if you play Neo 2, then you know this is going to be a banger. That's that's going to fly under some people's radar. Deal and purchase for me. Yeah, it's kind of interesting why it's flying under the radar. Because I'm sure it's going to be really good. It's just like, I agree. It doesn't seem to be totally like captivating people in the same way that I would expect it to just dominate the discourse. But again, it might just be that in my particular bubble, it hasn't come up much, but in other bubbles, it comes up a lot. I'm not sure. When is Star Wars Outlaws releasing? I'm guessing probably this holiday. That's my guess. I'm guessing. Yeah. But we'll see. Harry Potter vibes? The guns give you Harry Potter vibes? It's like, I want to show you again but it got like copyright claim last time. But just like look up Harry Potter with guns. Just watch this. I would watch it, but it would get this whole thing taken down. Because last time we pulled it up, it did. And straight up, it's just like they just go in with After Effects and swap out like the wands with pistols, and it actually fits quite well. It's very funny. So I highly recommend that you go check that out because it's very funny. But maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it reminds me of. Your glass is not the gameplay. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, see, these are like Lemtosh. I was supposed to get bigger Lemtosh frames, but they sent me, I think, the smaller kind. And because they machined the lenses for them, like for them to redo it means redoing everything. And I don't think they're going to do that for free. So I think I just have to suck it up, unfortunately. AC Red in October or November? Well, that's the tricky thing. It's because Star Wars Outlaws looks like it's this year. And I think there's a chance we could see Assassin's Creed Red coming in September. Announced in the summer, coming September. And then we get Star Wars Outlaws like November. There's a potential for that. They might also push Star Wars Outlaws even further, but I would not be surprised if they could get both in this year. You know, I wouldn't be shocked. Look very sophisticated. Oh. Who? Little old me? Star Wars Outlaws feels like a December game to me. Maybe. It's just, I think it's tough to gauge how successful games are in December versus November. Like, I think if you can release in November, you have plenty of extra room to, you know, advertise, and word of mouth has to carry forward a good amount. So I think you have a lot more wiggle room if you launch in November, but when you launch in like December, you're cutting it kind of close. It can still work. Like, there's a reason they still do it with some games, but I also think there's a reason most games seem to target October, November for that time period. So, I don't know. No, it's Dylan. AC Red will be in the same vein as Mirage, or follow into Valhallitis. Or I'll fall ill to Valhallitis. Yeah, I see what you mean. It took me a second. Yeah, I think it probably is much closer to Odyssey. It's closer to Odyssey and to Syndicate, because that's the team that did those games is doing AC Red. So I think this is going to be their huge open world RPG Assassin's Creed game. Then the next one, Hexe, which comes out probably 2026, I think they said. That one is being developed by the Valhalla team. Or sorry.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
It gets me every time. That one is coming in 2 years, but that's from the Valhalla or Valhalla team. And that one is supposed to be a little spookier, less of an RPG. They've said it's more like, it's more not quite horror themed, but it's darker and grittier. So it's going to be interesting. A December release date worked for the day before. It did, technically. Yeah, it did. Lots of people talked about it. I'll tell you what. I did see Mudahar made a video on it, because apparently the devs came out and the devs posted something kind of explaining what happened after the dust had settled. And it was interesting. Like, they basically just blamed YouTubers, but they said bloggers instead of YouTubers. So very hip to the jive, as it were. But they blamed like bloggers, YouTubers, and streamers for hating on the game just for funsies. And it's like, the problem is, you can say our game struggled with public perception and people started hating on it because YouTubers were talking about it, making it look bad. What did we say that was false? Like, everything that was brought up ended up being true. And even in the videos like that I did on it, it was brought up in the context of like, this game has some weird red flags around it. It's very strange. They don't have employees. They only have volunteers. They won't show any gameplay. The gameplay that they allegedly showed is heavily scripted, so it's not true gameplay. Like, there's a lot of weird things going on with it. And usually when studios do that, it's because the core game itself doesn't actually function properly. So they have to rely on scripted sequences instead of actual like raw sequences to show you how the game actually works. Everything we said ended up being true. They're just upset that people were saying it. Like, it just doesn't work. It's like, you guys were saying that it looked bad and that it didn't look fun and it was boring and probably a scam. And yes, all of that ended up being true, but screw you. You know, it's like, it doesn't work that way. It's like, cry me a river. Cry me a river. Get over yourself. Oh, man. But we had AC last year when they delay AC Red instead of Star Wars Outlaws. The thing is, like, it sounds like AC Red is probably a little more set and good to go. Star Wars Outlaws, it's suffered at least one delay publicly, I think. It was supposed to be out last fiscal year, and then it got delayed to sometime this current fiscal year. So we'll see how that kind of breaks down, but that would at least suggest that they want to take some extra time on it. And I think they could delay either one. I think the one thing with Star Wars is that because it's Star Wars, they have licensing deals with Disney. So I think Disney probably has limitations for when they expect the game to be out and how that needs to work. So I don't think it's as simple as, well, we'll just delay it. I think they'd have to go to Disney, get Disney to approve it. And they probably already told Disney, we're coming out early 2024. And then they had to delay it to like late 2024. And if Disney's expecting and has contracts and stuff saying that it's coming out in 2025 or 2024, they're limited. And maybe they can like renegotiate it and get them to agree to change it, but it's going to be tougher, you know? Yeah, why did the police call out my multi-level marketing company as a scheme? It ruined my business. Yeah, exactly. Do you think Ubisoft will ever give us a good game again? Yeah. No, I mean, I think good games, they can provide good games pretty regularly. Prince of Persia is a very good game. I would even go so far as to say it's a great game. Is it the kind of game everybody's going to love? No, it's like a 2D side-scroller platformer combat puzzle game. Yeah, it's pretty niche compared to like Assassin's Creed or something. But they make good games. Absolutely. Do they make like a masterpiece game of the year contender again? I'd say so. Like the Assassin's Creed Odyssey team that's making AC Red, their last major release, so not Immortals Phoenix Rising, which was kind of a spin-off project, it seems, but rather their last major release was Assassin's Creed Odyssey, which was nominated for Game of the Year against Red Dead Redemption 2 and against God of War 2018. Like, some people might not have liked it. That's fine. If you didn't like Odyssey, that's totally fine. Who cares? I don't care. But at the very least, the people that decide the best games of the year thought that it was worthy of being on that list next to those games. So that game was also very, very well received. So I know it's easy to be like, lol, Ubisoft makes crap. It's just not true though. If we actually care about like being accurate, it's just not true. Even if you don't personally like those games, a lot of people do. What even does that mean? I don't know. My watch is going crazy. Let's see. Riot 2000. Thank you for the 20. Jesus. The $20 super chat. Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you. Thoughts on why Ghost 2 hasn't even been confirmed? Do you think something happened during development / behind the scenes, or the game is just that much bigger than the first? Sucker Punch has never been this quiet 4 whole years. I think with a lot of it, you just have to ask yourself, like, why? Like, why would they reveal it? Like, why would they show trailers? Why would they talk about it when they can just be quiet and not? Like, they don't need to show it. They don't need to talk about it. Everybody's still super hyped about it, super excited for it, super looking forward to it, and they haven't said a word. They're just letting it sizzle. They're letting it sizzle because they don't need to say anything. Just like Naughty Dog. Naughty Dog doesn't need to say anything. Santa Monica, they don't need to say anything about it. After that trailer for GTA 6, they don't need to say anything. Even before that, they didn't say anything for 5 years, almost 6 years after Red Dead 2. They didn't say anything while they were working on GTA 6. Yeah, it leaked, and it, you know, there was one point where they had to be like, yes, it leaked, because it clearly leaked, but they didn't intentionally or of their own volition, you know, try to do anything. They were kind of compelled to by the leaks and the hacks. So I think with a lot of this stuff, if you don't need to talk about it, you just don't talk about it. It doesn't do you any good. Like, just don't. So for them, they're just working away. They're working on it. Almost certainly they're working on Ghost 2, Ghost of Tsushima 2, and they'll show it when it's ready. But, you know, with gaming specifically, if you show or say anything, even if it's super early, people immediately jump to conclusions, very unfairly, usually, and it can do harm to the game in the long term. Remember those GTA 6 leaks? When those came out, people were looking at that pre-alpha footage, the early test footage, and be like, wow, the game looks like crap. Rockstar really fell off. It's like, bro. It's like early access. What are you talking? Not even access. It's early development footage. What are you talking about? What are you even talking about? You know, it does just like chill out. But you know, time went by and we eventually saw the polished product in the trailer, and it looks amazing. It looks fantastic, you know? So with all this, I just think, you know, you could try to infer that maybe development's going poorly, or there's been some big hiccup, or maybe they're not developing Ghost of Tsushima 2, they're developing something else. You could maybe jump one way or the other with that, but I don't think you need to. I think it's just as viable that they just aren't sharing anything because they don't need to, you know? I think people who say that are oblivious to how fake development works, or game development works. The leaks were too big that even the casuals were aware of them. Yeah, I think that's most of it. Is if it's a more casual gamer, they're probably not too familiar with the process. So I think that's absolutely
X Razorware X is now a member.
Thank you, Razorwire. Thank you. Appreciate you. But yeah, I think that's kind of the big thing. Is it's just it complicated things because it was so widespread and mainstream, the discourse. So I agree. Most gamers and people that are more in tune with all of this, they probably understood that this was not indicative of the final product. But that's the thing. If you can avoid tarnishing or altering public perception at all, just do that. Just do that. Because even if 1% of the people that see that footage come to an incorrect conclusion that, oh, so this game sucks, or oh, this is bad, or oh, this isn't very good, whatever it may be. If just 1% of people have that perception, not sharing anything removes that. And then 0% of people have that perception. You just gain a full percentage point back by not doing a thing, you know, or rather you didn't lose it from people being stupid. So just hold back until you have the finished product to show, and show them and blow them away. Just makes more sense, you know? Have I tried Halo Infinite recently? Not recently. I have it downloaded. My brothers were telling me it's actually a really good time now, so I re-downloaded it, but I haven't played it yet. Because right as I was about to like schedule a game night with them to do it, we had Palworld happen. That happened. I hope that we get some new IPs from AAA studios. However, if a game costs $300 million to make nowadays, probably not going to happen. Well, and Karsa, the other thing is, like, in the last handful of years when new IP have come out, people don't respond very well. They just don't. Sometimes there's surprises, but it's pretty rare for a new IP to blow up and be really well received. It's pretty rare. It's very exceptional. So I think there's companies that have tried to do it, but it's just like Forspoken was supposed to be that. Forspoken was supposed to be the launch of a brand new like trilogy of epic adventure RPGs, and it was supposed to be the start of some great new thing, like the next generation of these types of games, and it collapsed. It was a total disaster. Others have been successful. Ghost of Tsushima is a great example that it just like blew up and was really, really successful. Returnal was more niche, but Returnal also released at a perfect time. It was one of the few games that really showcased the PS5, And so they launched at the perfect time. People that wouldn't have tried the game otherwise tried it because there was nothing else to play on the console. So they tried it and had a really good time. So that's one that did really well. So it's, but the point is with all of this, it's exceptional to be in that position, to have a new IP that does really well. The reason they keep doing sequels is because those have a much higher likelihood of doing well. They just do. More BG3 content soon. Yeah, Dominic, I'm pleased enough with the performance of the last video I did on it, showcasing what I thought was, its strong suit. So I do think I'll do another video on it. What exactly that is, I'm still deciding, but yeah, I do have ideas for other videos that I'm going to follow it up with. So yeah. A movie fan? Yeah, I don't see enough movies though. I gotta be better about that. I love going to the movies. I gotta go see them. I don't get around to it very much. Will the AAA space be doomed in the future? No, the AAA space isn't going to be doomed. It's just going to be different. It's going to be different. And I think that that's what people maybe are not understanding quite yet. The layoffs, the restructurings, all of this is being done specifically because they want the $300 million process of developing a game to maybe find success and maybe break even is not viable. That's no way to make consistent money in a multi-billion-dollar industry. So they have to find a different way to do things. And the way that it seems they're going is that they're going to go for smaller projects that release more frequently, and they're going to try to get customers acclimated to that way of doing things. And I think that could work, and I think that would be ideal. Sony would benefit from that. Ubisoft would benefit from that. Rockstar doesn't really care. Nintendo probably doesn't care. But Xbox certainly would benefit from that. So I think a lot of these big publishers and developers are looking for ways to get gamers acclimated to more frequent purchases and smaller packages. And I think games like Spider-Man 2 show that they're willing to pay full price as long as the quality is up there. So I think you're probably going to start to see games that come out closer to like every 3 to 4 years between them, but are smaller. I think the days of like the huge quadruple A 40, 50 hour cinematic game, those are probably coming to an end, or at least they'll be very rare. Instead, you're probably still going to have long games in the form of like Dragon's Dogma or Elden Ring. Those games will still be massive because it's lengthened by the gameplay, right? It's lengthened by the activity. The stuff that's lengthened by like high production value, cinematic, expensive set piece stuff, that type of game, I think being massive is probably a thing of the past because it's just not very viable. I think you're going to see those games become smaller, and then games that focus on gameplay first and foremost probably stay about the same and aren't that affected. Because with some games like Monster Hunter, you build out, the monsters, they can scale based on party size, and then they have these weaknesses, you balance it accordingly, but it's lengthened by the gameplay, by the player taking this guy down, grinding for these drops that have a certain percent chance of dropping, to craft this material to make it easier to take on this monster after they fought this other one for 15 times until they move on to that one. And that, I think, is easy to scale up to 100 hours of gameplay, but it's way more difficult to get to 50 hours or 40 hours when you're making God of War Ragnarok and you have huge boss fights that are super carefully tuned and very precise and cinematic, and there's so many little things to worry about. So I think you're going to see a concerted effort by a lot of these studios. You're probably going to see maybe like a more established trilogy, not in that you have like this game and then this game with a totally different story and then this game with a totally different story. I think you're going to start to see like the Hobbit movie type thing, where you're going to have one story but broken up into 2 or 3 parts. I think that's what you're going to see. And God of War and God of War Ragnarok were basically that, but they kind of squished the last 2 parts of the trilogy into one. With Ragnarok, I think they kind of rushed the ending personally. But I do think that we'll start to see things shift a lot. Absolutely. How's Four Cons? Oh, I love Four Cons. I don't currently live in Fort Collins. My mailing box is in Fort Collins because it's where I went to college. I have friends that live there. We go to Fort Collins all the time, but yeah, Fort Collins is beautiful. Stupid expensive to live. Not as bad as Boulder, but still expensive to live in. But yeah, I went to college there. Really nice town. Love it. I'm going to make The Last of Us into a musical theater show when I leave university. I would like tickets. Can I come? I would come. That would be fantastic. Why the different cup today, Luke? Different cup? Oh, do you mean like the bottle? Is this a bottle? I thought I had this on Wednesday. Did I not have this on Wednesday? I don't know. This is a Yeti bottle I've had forever. This is Khaleesi. You guys remember Khaleesi? Only OGs know Khaleesi. Rest in peace, little Khaleesi. Cammy designed this sticker. This is Khaleesi also. Way back in the day, we did very, very limited runs of these stickers. When I had like 70,000 subs or something, I printed a bunch of these from a local company and shipped them out. And if people wanted like me to sign them a little bit, I'd sign them and then ship them off. I think they were like $3 to $5 or something. It's like a whole thing. Oh, I had the Stanley Yeti. Oh, yeah, no, that was in the dishwasher, so I was using the bottle today. But yeah. Red Yeti. You guys remember my cups so well. This is crazy. Is your cat Hermione still alive? Yeah, no, they're upstairs. They're upstairs. The problem is when they come down in the studio, I was really enjoying them having him in here for filming and stuff. But for whatever reason, when I'm filming or when I'm streaming and the lights are on and I'm talking like to you guys through the microphone, they get like weirdly jealous. Like they don't like sharing me. So Finley will like jump up and try to sit right in front of the screen, or he'll come and start biting on the mic cables. Like how do I show you this? Here, I'll go on mute. I think maybe with this camera, you might be able to see it. It's a little dark because I didn't change the setting. How could I do it? Maybe I could show you this way. I'm going to unplug the microphone and show you the bites on the cable because it's pretty cute. You can't. Hello. There we go. You can't really see it, but yeah, he bites on the cables for the microphones, and then Hermione, she goes like behind the curtain and then under the desk, and will either try climbing the curtains with her little claws, or she will go under the desk and like try to bite my toes. So it's a whole thing. But I bring them in here when I'm not filming or streaming, and like they have their little bed there, so they can lay on or go in their bed, and I've got like their little blanket bed. So they come in here like off stream and off camera, but if they're in here when I'm filming, they like freak out and they're like, "No, this is my dada," and they just like throw a fit. It's really funny. It's adorable. Like I feel very loved, but sometimes I'm like, guys, you're gonna electrocute yourself. Stop eating cables. Jesus. Oh, you're good, Jacob. You're good. I need that Lego Titanic in my life. Dude, it's awesome. It's epic. It's like the third biggest Lego set they've ever made, or like the second or third. The only thing bigger than that in piece count is like the Eiffel Tower. They have another one that's like little studs, but I wouldn't count that. Sports game? No, I'm not. Yeah, like my ISS, I'm not really a sports ball guy. Prisoner of Azkaban is the best in the series. I'm inclined to agree with you. I love Prisoner of Azkaban. That one, just in terms of cinematography, is badass. Just by itself. Been trying to get that Ellie figure for years, but the collector's editions are still like $500. Really? They are? I didn't know that. Yeah, it's Ellie, And then next to her is the Cyberpunk 2077 one. This one for a while was like $60 on eBay. You could get it for comparatively nothing. Now I think it's back up pretty high. It spiked up. And then also the Elden Ring one. That one's that's a big one. And then one that is worth very, very little, but that I keep anyways, is the Order 1886. Because I just think that game is actually responsible for some major shifts in the industry in terms of approaching games very cinematically, because most of the devs from Ready at Dawn that made this would go on to work at Naughty Dog and Santa Monica Studio on The Last of Us Part 2 and God of War's reboot. And then the company was bought out or went off, and I think they work with Meta now for VR stuff, which is really tragic. But yeah, it's a whole thing. Luke, I know you're into Warhammer. What army do you collect? Been tempted by a Titan yet? I currently collect... You ready? Eldari, Orcs, Thousand Suns, Chaos Demons, and then I just got... Necrons. I have to build Necrons. Yes, I have a problem.
Pretty Eyed is now a member. Forgot it's been 8 months.
Oh, Jesus.
Did you ever find a new Kojima cutout?
I did find a company, yes. I did find a company. I found the company. It's bookmarked. I just have to find a high resolution picture of Kojima's full body, which is more difficult than you would think. And I feel like a little bit of a creep looking for it, because it has to be high enough resolution that, like, when it's stretched over 5.5, 6 feet, it doesn't look pixelated and blurry. It's weirdly difficult. No Nurgle? No, well, I mean, it's got like some, like, I have to super glue this back on, but like, look at him. You're a badass. I have to glue this back on. It snapped off while we were playing. It goes like right there. But when we were playing with him one night, it was really stupid because I was just like, I had butterfingers. I would pick up something and then just straight up would just like accidentally chuck it. I dropped like 3 models and they all broke that night. It was so crazy. I was like, I can't hold that. I had to like cup things gently because I kept dropping stuff. It was like a whole thing. It's ridiculous. Warhammer 40K. Yes, I have a problem. That's basically the story of it. Yeah. It's basically the story of Warhammer. It's like, help. Someone help. Stop me. Yeah, I have a lot to build. One of the things I think we'll do is I told Nikki I want to do, I think it makes sense for us to stream more consistently. And one of the ways I think we're going to do that is by filling out the schedule. And I think I'm going to try to shed mentally the concern over like concurrent viewers. And we're just going to stream and have a good time. And that's what it's going to be. That's what it's going to be. Sean, thank you also for the 5. Jesus, Sean the GOAT. And Sean's here now. Sean's here now. I have something to open. Also, guys. I have something to open. You guys might have seen like little bitty things I have kind of tucked around me that are all like Irish in theme, you know? It's interesting, right? I wonder how that happened. But yeah, and welcome everybody to the membership. I still want to do like a little bitty pixel art ship that sails across the screen when memberships pop up. I think that would be adorable. Maybe I do that because I was looking to change these notifications. So maybe what we do, dude, are there more? It just keeps going. It's crazy. Maybe what we do is we do like when you sub or when you become a member, it like the little boat comes off in the corner and then it just sails across the screen and it's like tugging your name or the name of the person who got the membership. And so it's like, blah, 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 became a member as it tugs it across the screen very slowly. I think that would be cool. It'd be very cute. We can animate little like puffs of smoke coming out of its little smokestack. That'd be so cute. And every time someone subs, like do a backflip. Yeah, there we go. We have the ship and we have the backflip. I'm gonna try not to cut myself. Were any of you guys here when we first moved in here and I was setting up the lights and then the big light pole fell on my head? Were any of you guys here for that? That was awkward. That was very awkward. Yo, Hot Toys. This is courtesy of Mr. Sean, okay? The one and only Mr. Sean that you guys know. Yeah, Dark Spider David knows what's up. This is, as you can see, Hot Toys. You ready? I've been very excited for this. Oh wait, I gotta flip it. Look at that beauty. Oh, baby. This is a I believe it's 1/6 scale Johnny Silverhand with like the guitar. Yeah, 1/6 scale collectible. With like the full guitar, the glass, everything. Okay, it's taped on the bottom. So now Johnny can watch over us as we stream. I was trying to decide. I wasn't sure exactly how big he was. So I'm not sure which shelf he's going to go on. But... oh, that's cool. It's like magnetized. Oh, and they packaged him nicely. So he's in there very protectedly. But he has all different hands. Whether you want him like holding the gun or playing the guitar or holding the duffel bag, whatever you want to do, you can customize it and tweak it. Is this camera where it's so dark? I gotta fix that. But yeah, it's like, this is crazy, and it's like extremely high quality. Like, it's ridiculous. Meticulously crafted based on the appearance of Johnny Silverhand's appearance portrayed by Keanu Reeves in the video game, the figure features a newly developed head sculpt with excellent workmanship, newly designed figure body with cybernetic arm and tattoos, Johnny's iconic outfit with fine details, with weathering effects, an array of signature weapons and accessories, including the Malorian pistol, guitar with strap, duffel bag, bottle of liquor, of course, sunglasses, interchangeable hands for poses, and a figure stand with themed character backdrop for display. He is breathtaking, is what it says. And recruit the figure of Johnny Silverhand to build your own city today. Dude, that is epic. I'm like scared to unbox it, actually. Is that weird for these kinds of things? I'm like scared to open the box because it's like, you ever seen 40-Year-Old Virgin? You know, where he has the whole collection and then he's able to like fund the start of a small business with the collection of things because they're so valuable if they're sealed. I'm like scared to open it. But I also want to like pose him and get him on the shelf to look. Because like how big was he? So, I mean, he's most of this box. He's like 1.5 that. I mean, it's like maybe Liza P goes down and then he stands here. Because I don't think he'd fit on the shelf. I think he has to go like here or here. Tear it open. You dog. You animal. You mongrel. That's a funny ass movie. Nikki had never seen it before. We just watched it like a week ago. That's why it's on my mind. Nikki had never seen it, and so like if you've never seen 40-Year-Old Virgin, let's just say there are some very risque sequences where his friends are trying to like get him interested in sexual activities, shall we say, and so it's not a family-friendly movie. And I think she started it because she saw Steve Carell and was like, oh, it's probably fine, and she was kind of shell-shocked when it was not that. It was very funny because she does not normally handle that very well. Yeah, it was funny. This whole thing. Sick collection, by the way. Thank you, Razor. It's well, and it just got a lot better too. you know, it's a thing where like you guys can't even see it, but on this side, maybe what I'll do is I'll try to set up a camera angle like over here so you can see the whole studio from a different angle. Maybe that's what I do tonight, because I have extra ports. I can just plug it in and I have extra cameras, but maybe I do that so there's an angle cutting this way, because I have other display cases, glass display cases here for Warhammer stuff and models and figurines and stuff. And then there's this bookshelf where the pyramid is cuts off about halfway, because there's also like Mjolnir's up there, and there's more Lego stuff. My diploma's all just outside of frame, so maybe I do that. I'm not sure. Sean, thank you for that too. And 12 inches, oh baby. I think the shelf is spaced for 12, so his head would be touching the top. You know what, we're gonna do it. What's the point of toys if not to be played with? We're gonna get him out and articulate him and put him in there so people can see him, because the actual figurine is way cooler than the box for him. Okay, there's the backdrop that they mentioned, very colorful, and then poor Keanu's hands. And it has an entire instruction set with it, but a little layer of protective. I mean, I appreciate they actually, like, they have little pieces of padding to protect his face in transport, and like felt to protect his head. Like, golly, they really took care of him. Dude, that's like, it's a little scary how realistic his skin looks. Like, I don't know if it'll come through on camera, but look at that. Is it not outrageous? Oops, don't worry, that wasn't him. Isn't that crazy? It's like crazy nice. That's just ridiculous. Pull the plastic from out underneath his locks. And they have it protecting each of his joints too. Dude, that's... And even his elbow is like super finely articulate. Look at that. Ridiculous. So I'm going to be geeking out about this for a while.
$50 Australian through Super Chat. 12 inches, oh baby.
12 inches, oh baby is right. Look at that. That's just crazy. It just blows my mind that, like, it might not come through on camera, but his eyes are even like realistic. That's ridiculous. It looks like a mini human. But let's see. When he's on his stand, he could go in there or get his own spotlight. We move Grandma Sue. We can do that. He has to have his own light. That's the point. That's fantastic. Well, I'm going to get him articulated, and I'm going to put him on the stand, because that's great. I'm going to do that. Right next to Ellie. Yeah, he'll just stand over. Or it probably makes sense. Maybe Ellie goes down, the skull goes somewhere else, and then he goes next to the collector's edition statue. So that's like the cyberpunk chunk. That probably makes sense, right? I think that's the way. Yeah, this is a hot toy. They figured out that they can sell toys to adults, and that we love them too. That's really the best market for toys. It's like adults who wanted toys as kids but couldn't get them for whatever reason. So now you sell fancier versions to adults because they have more money to buy things like this. It's a little duffel bag. Isn't that great? Jesus, dude. And the guitar too. Like, the guitar is also ridiculous. It has actual strings. I'm not joking. It has actual strings. What? Can you see that? It's like you can actually strum the strings. That's ridiculous. I love it. Okay, everybody. Well, I'm gonna have fun setting this up. We were supposed to do gameplay today, and then I got distracted. Shocker, right? What we're gonna do is next week we're gonna schedule hard time in. Yeah, it's just so we're gonna schedule hard time in for it, and shocker, next week we're actually gonna have time to play Suicide Squad on stream. So buckle up for that, because that's gonna be really, really funny. Did PAX give my crew a yes? Not yet. We're still waiting. So still waiting on PAX as well. But again, thank you, Sean. This was incredibly generous. I'm going to have lots of fun setting this up. And next stream, I can show you guys, he's going to have his little permanent setup, probably next to the collector's edition, because that just makes sense, right? So he's going to go and be a permanent fixture here in the studio. You guys will always see him. And now you will have been here for when he was born into this studio. Okay. No, sorry. Don't be sorry at all. Don't be sorry at all. I'm excited. I hope it works out. I want to go. And my wife is very excited at the prospect of going to Boston as well. So she's like, let's do it. So yeah, in case anybody's curious, we're looking at trying to get PAX East, I think is what it is, set up for, I think March, sometime in March. The only potential hiccup in terms of timelines is that Nikki's sister is pregnant and is due in March sometime. And so naturally she doesn't want to be away for that. She wants to be able to support her sister. So that's the only thing. If they say no, you're not going to go. I still might. It's just like, it would be harder to like schedule and line up meetings and stuff. I'd like to be able to have a member of my team there, but yeah, this whole thing. Damn, you're still streaming, babe? Yeah, I'm trying to work myself up so that we can go till 5. So my goal is within like a week and a half, 2 weeks, we're streaming for another, beyond where we are right now, we're streaming for another hour and a half. That's my goal. I'd like to be able to do at least 7 through the weekdays that we stream. So we have plenty of content for clips, and we can do gameplay and everything else. That's my goal. But I have to kind of work myself up there. Otherwise my like voice goes out and I can't film videos. It's like a whole thing. So yeah. Post something on your thoughts of Battlefront as a live service game. Well, the best video to go see my thoughts on it is go watch my I Tried Battlefront 2 video that I did last year at some point, because I went back and I tried it again, and yeah, there's pros and cons to it. I think it needs a sequel or a revamp or something, because it's not easy to get into. But anyway, go check that out. That's a video we already did. Anyway, much love, everybody. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. I will see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Thank you again to Sean for this, and to everybody else who sent super chats and memberships and everything. You guys are amazing. I appreciate every single damn one of you. You guys are fantastic. Much love. I will see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye. Press the wrong button. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, Keanu, it's just you and me now. Let's play dress up. The camera's on. Camera's on the whole time. Hello. Little DSP reference for you guys. Okay, much love. I'll see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.